You ready? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started. Pledge. Let's stand. Pledge of allegiance to the flag.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today just asking you to watch over this meeting of the county commissioners and watch over all of our county employees and all the citizens of this county as they go throughout their week. And we ask that any decisions made here would be according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
I've read the minutes from last meeting. I make a motion we approve them as written. Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Got one abatement for 2021-158.
For $71.30.
I believe so. It should be like the second column from the right, I think.
Okay, that's my motion for, we accept this change order 2021-158. That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
We have bills for the week.
Make a motion, we pass the bills in the amount of $399,339.56. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, I have a resolution. Last week, you passed a resolution on surplus property, and I had given Joyce the wrong resolution number. It was one we'd already used a couple of weeks before that. So I've made a replacement for that. So it's the same information that was on the one last week, but it's updated with the new number. It's 2022-17. And I've got a little explanation there at the top that this is replacing number 16 that was adopted last week because that number had already been used on.
So we just need a motion for.
Yeah, just need to approve that one.
I'll make a motion that we approve this new number for the resolution that replaces 2022-16 that was adopted on May 2nd. Because resolution 2020-16 had already used on the resolution that was adopted on April 18th.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I have the sheriff's prisoner count.
Total prisoners for the week was 15. There's been 16 released in the past week. Total in-house was 13, farmed out 3, 911 calls, 143. Total jail contacts was not available. Total calls for service, 434. Total civil service papers served, 8. VIN inspections, 8. New cases open, 19. Cases closed, 8. Vehicle crashes, 7. Bailiff activities, 92. SRO activities, 134. Calls for service, 10 livestock out.
I think that's all I've got for now anyway.
AMR, you want to come ahead?
Good morning, gentlemen. Virgil Swanson, one of the operations captains with AMR. And got our numbers from last week, a little bit slower than usual, which was good. Centerville had 1 call. Lacine had 4 with 3 transports. Linn Valley 3 with 1 transport. Mountain City had 2 with 1 transport. Pleasanton had 3 with 2 transports, and Prescott had 2 with 1 transport. So That was the totals from last week. We also want to just update you guys that they're working on that large event in Pleasanton on the 4th of June, and that's being coordinated through, so AMR's involved in that, so. But Galen had no updates for that event today. And then just, we have 2 open positions, as of now, and we're working on applications right now and some interviews, so.
You guys have anything?
Nope. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Doug? Emergency preparedness?
Doug Bartlett, Fire Chief, Emergency Manager. We had 2 EMS assists this past week and a total of 215 calls year to date. That's all I have for you, unless you have anything for me this morning.
You guys have anything? Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Missy?
Missy Lancaster, RN Administrator, Linn County Health Department. We're just continuing to get out in the community, get more health promotions. Our next one will be May 17th. It'll be a blood pressure check. It's World Hypertension Day, so anybody can come into the health department that day. We'll check your blood pressure, and your name will be put in a drawing for an automatic blood pressure cuff. We'll be giving away 3. We also will be at the courthouse from 9 to 10, I believe, doing blood pressures too, so it's available in town.
Well, you got a quorum here, a good group of people. So just briefly, if you would, I'll put you on the spot, go over some of the things the health department provides to its local residents. Is it on? Is it green?
It's green.
She's just not loud like me. Yeah. Hey,
Try to talk
scoot
louder. How about that?
Scoot it closer to you, please. There you go.
Better? Okay. We have went to all walk-in basis at the health department now. You don't have to have an appointment for anything except WIC. So you can come in and get immunizations, TB skin tests, all of that anytime. We do our COVID vaccines on Wednesdays only, just because of the way you have to preserve the vaccine. We do WIC. We are starting a lot of new health promotions. We'll be doing the World Hypertension Day. We'll be doing a kids yoga day, a bike rodeo. We'll be participating in the Thunder in the Streets, providing a first aid station and a cooling center. What else are we doing?
You might mention the role your new board is playing.
I do have a new health advisory board, which has been great. They are really wanting to do some new stuff and hopefully shift away from COVID. I mean, of course, we still do COVID investigations and COVID vaccines, but we have went to a steady state in Kansas, so it is no longer a pandemic. You know, it's here. We know it's here, and we have to deal with it. We'll also be doing a kids' sun safety, so we'll be providing free admission paid for by the health department in Lacine and Pleasanton one day during the summer. We'll do our community baby shower and our children health and safety fair. We've added the children's part this year, so we're hoping to get more people in. What else are we doing? We're trying to add a bunch of new stuff. Like I said, immunizations, we really want to get those kids in and get them vaccinated because our rates went down during COVID because it wasn't the top priority. Now we need to get those kids in and get them vaccinated. And like I said, all vaccines except COVID are on a walk-in basis.
Now, the blood pressure deal at the courthouse, is it for the public from 9 to 10? Or is it
Yep, anybody, it was for the staff, but yes, anybody that would like to come in and have their blood pressure taken, same thing. They'll put their name in for a free blood pressure cuff.
Did you advertise this? You guys got a Facebook page, right?
We do
You ever advertise this stuff on there?
every day.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we'd like to update our actual health department's website so we can get more stuff up there, update it, and that way we can update it when we need to and not have to wait. Yeah, we're posting stuff all the time. You'll see each of our nurses every day. We'll do a little spotlight because this is Nurses Week. So you'll see that on there. And Chris is real good about getting it on there. It's just we wouldn't have to bug him as much if we could do our own website. So yeah, we try to get.
Bill?
Nope.
Thank you, Missy.
Thank you.
Pam, would you like to come in and mapping?
So our Bill didn't come over for the justice update.
I don't see him.
Okay.
GIS Mapping Department, Pam Cannon. And Jessica said that you requested that I come over and talk to you about the yearly maintenance subscription for our Esri license.
Yeah,
Did you have specific questions or you just want kind of a background?
just a background.
Okay, so,
Things, Pam, and one of the difference between this and the other thing they approved a few weeks ago.
okay. What did you approve? The Connect Explorer?
In a few months, I suppose. That'd be, wouldn't it?
They all kind of run together to me.
They do kind of run together. The easiest way to compare it is a tractor and a combine. You use them both for farming operations. We use both of them for the mapping. Sometimes they overlap a little bit, but they're two different things.
Okay, go ahead.
And originally we had two standalone licenses through Esri. So Carol and I were the only ones that had any capability of mapping. We had a publisher license that allowed us to put that on the network. We could publish an ARC reader, which is a free reader, and that way anybody that had access to the network could look at our maps and see different things. That we have so many layers of information and imagery and everything. Now it really was bogging down the network. And anybody that wasn't part of the network, like that's emergency management or whoever wasn't linked into our network, then they couldn't access those. So in 2018, Chris approached you about going with the Esri license agreement, the enterprise license agreement, and it allows any populations of government from $0 to $25,000 to have a flat rate. And at that time, it was $25,000 per year. And that was for 3 years. And then last year, they increased that price to $27,500. So it's still $27,500 this year. It's just the annual renewal of it. So nothing has changed from last year. A good way, I think, to explain this for anybody in here is originally we had an S10 truck. It served very good purposes for what we needed then. We traded that S10 in for a Duramax diesel four-wheel drive with the extended cab. So we're able to take more people along with us, and we have the capability and the strength to do much more than we did before with the S10. If you don't renew this, we would have to repurchase that S10, and it's cost more now than it did then. So probably I asked a couple of years ago what it would cost to go back to what we were, and at that time it was like $31,000. So it would cost more to be able to do less if we don't continue this agreement.
Okay.
And the Connect Explorer, that has the oblique imagery, and that's our combine, I'm going to say, compared to our big four-wheel drive tractor.
Is this something that every county has? I mean, is it throughout the?
All the bigger counties would have it, the smaller counties, and we're really leading the parade for a smaller county.
Can you kind of explain to everybody what they both do? Since you're here.
Sure. This particular agreement allows everything to be accessed online, and also to be able to use phone apps
Free, right?
as part of this.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't cost.
Apps and all that.
So anyone can go out there and request a map for their property?
Yeah, I mean, they could already.
Just type,
get
yeah, I
on the
know.
Portal.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, if you go to the website right now, there are links. If you're new to the county, it would show you which commissioner district you're in, which water district, which electric company, which school district, different things like that. You can go to the website right now, click on those links, and it's just a text link, so you have to kind of look for it. It's down at the bottom. There's also, right now, there's on there the link to see which roads are flooded. So that's all part of being able to do that through this agreement. When we did the survey for the comprehensive plan and they filled out that survey, that was a piece of this software. We have a hub that that you can put whatever you want to during the comprehensive plan that had different maps and stuff. That's another piece of this puzzle. It's kind of like a 1,000-piece puzzle. You know, there's all different pieces to it that they all work together and make the same picture overall. We have an app on our phone for weed spraying. They can push that button as they're driving along spraying, push it again to stop. And that line will show up on the map to show when and where they've sprayed and what they sprayed, whether it was spring or fall. There's,
That's what the counties,
yes. And then, yeah, this is behind our secure portal. Nothing is public that we don't make public. And then also we have an app that Sanitation Codes has been using for a couple of years. They can go out and put a little place on their phone that puts a spot on the map that shows where that septic tank is. So those type of things is what this does. The other one, the Connect Explorer, allows you to be able to see the sides of buildings, not just the overhead aerial picture.
that's the one we approved
That's our combine. Yeah.
earlier.
Did I make that any clearer, or did I confuse it more?
You have any more questions, Danny?
And the one you're talking about today is Esri, right?
Yes.
And it's
Esri Enterprise License Agreement.
And it's the 27,000 for the maintenance.
Yes, that's a yearly cost. And it allows all kinds of software. It's got all the bells and whistles and everything. We're not using it all, but that's a one. I mean, it's just like going to a car dealership and wanting a plain Jane car that you roll down the windows and stuff. And if you order that specifically, it's going to cost more than the one they have on the lot that has all the bells and whistles. It just comes with that cost.
So like for the fire department, we ran into this year that they kind of, their software, is that what, like all the software?
They have a different software. I mean, they can still use all of this software, but I think they have a different.
This company an issue kind of like that, like, you know how they discontinued the fire software? Do you see this coming up? I mean,
They constantly grow and continue to merge to different things that will kind of combine things. Used to, you had like a field map and then a data collection. Where now they have that all combined as one into data collection. You don't have to have the other. So they're constantly changing their software, but they're not doing away with anything. They're not offering you they're not offering you a replacement. You just merge into something different.
so this is, now we're just in the year-to-year contract with them. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, this is just the yearly maintenance.
Is it for more than 1 year, or is it, we have to do it every year?
The cost is for 3 years, but you have to do it every year. Yeah, 'cause in 3 years, they may raise the
Okay.
cost.
So it's 27,500 for 3 years is what you're saying?
You're paying
Per year.
every year,
Every year,
but
but
that
it's
price
locked
is
in
for 3 years.
Okay.
Yes. And the imagery, which is our combine, that Connect Explorer, Eagle View, Pictometry, they've got a lot of different names. That is, it's a 3-year contract. You can pay all up front, which we did the first year. This last year, we're going to make yearly payments. So, but they fly every 3 years. But it reduces the payment amount so that it's every year.
Wouldn't make sense not to renew it.
Yeah, if it's gonna cost us more money to go backwards.
We looked at it and Gary's looked at it, so. I'll make a motion, what's it called?
It's the,
Maintenance?
the yearly maintenance for our Esri license agreement.
Is that gonna work, David? You got that? That's my motion. And the amount of that was what, for record?
1,500.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Pam, you served as the president for the Mapping Association for the state of Kansas. So I'm just proud of what you've done up there and actually what you're doing over here as well, because out of 105 counties, you got chosen to lead the group. So good on you.
Thanks, Pam. Who next? Is Jessica around?
There she is.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development.
First of all, I want to tell you who we awarded the youth employment grant to for this summer.
Cool.
We had 10 $1,200 grants to award to businesses. We had Avery Lumber, Coleman Hardware, DNL Services, Dreamscape Innovations, Loma Land and Cattle, Netherfield Natural Farm, Stainbrooks, People's Telecom, Umfenauer Farms, and Wade Remodeling. Of those, 5 were previous awardees and 5 were new to the program. We had 18 businesses apply, and there were a total of 29 positions requested. So we had to narrow it down quite a bit to get
Who's
to
we?
those. The Economic Development
Okay,
Committee.
I just wanted them,
And then we also have 2 alternates. We have Double K Construction and Barker's Corner Automotive. In case any of those original 10 aren't able to find someone to fill that position, then those 2 grants will roll over to those 2.
just briefly go over the grants real quick so you've got a good group of people. here.
Sure. So, what we
future.
do is it's a reimbursement grant. Employers apply before summer, and then they have to hire a youth who lives in the county between ages of 16 and 21. We reimburse 10 weeks of summer pay, up to 30 hours a week, and up to $4 an hour. They're required to pay at least $8 an hour, and they can pay more than that if they wish. But we will reimburse up to $1,200 for the summer.
Jessica, could you explain as far as your Economic Development Board, how we go about choosing the board? Or
Yes, the board
How many
is
people's on it?
appointed by the commissioners. We have 9 people on our board, 3 from each commission district, and we meet on the 3rd Wednesday of the month.
And it's open to the public, right?
Yep, it is.
What else?
Okay, I've got a public works update here. We did a field check at the Hells Bend Bridge last Friday. That went really well. I was able to Zoom Sean in so he could communicate with the people from KDOT. We've got a list of things to do going forward, and we're working on getting that all straightened out with Gary.
No, it's the one up by Lacey.
Yeah, Lacey, yep. The one that Mike and Harry were supposed to go to on Friday for moving the road got canceled because it was flooded. It's now this Friday.
Okay.
With all the construction going on in the area, the park has been able to keep their cabins rented pretty much for most of the summer during the week. So that's really been a help bringing in income for the park. Last week, Johnny Taylor, our noxious weed director, attended a regional meeting in Yates Center. They were not able to spray because of the weather last week, but they were able to work on software programs and going around to different sites in the county and see what needed sprayed. This week will be much better for spraying. The Public Works equipment auction on Purple Wave is open now for bidding, and it closes on May 24th. We have heard from our dust control company. We're on their list, and they hope to start spraying by the end of May, weather permitting. The blade that was wrecked, that tipped over, is done. The repairs are done, and it's ready for pickup. So that's good. And
did our insurance cover most of that or all that, David? Do you know?
Yeah, minus the $1,000 deductible.
Okay.
okay. Our road crews are going around working hard to fix the roads from the flood damage from last week. We had quite a bit of rain, so they're working hard to get those put back together. And then Mike wanted me to ask if we want to fill our salt barns now before fuel prices go up again, or do we want to do it periodically over the summer?
What's his recommendation?
He's here, hang on.
Huh? Mike, what do you want? What's your recommendation on it?
Isn't that what we did last
Hold
year?
up. All right.
We filled them last year, didn't we?
We did. Did you use it all? Did you get almost all of it used or?
We had to have between my shop and Harry's shop, we had to have that 2 loads brought in.
Okay. All right.
So we're out of salt now.
Well, pretty close. I mean,
2 years ago, we ran out, didn't we?
We did, and we couldn't get it because nobody could get it. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we probably ought to start filming. that.
Yeah. You got a cost on that?
Don't.
Yeah, get us a price. Get us a price.
Okay. That's all on my list for today. Do you guys have anything for me?
Nope.
You have anything, Danny? Ricky Jones?
I will send you a list. Yes, I will. Okay.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Were you going to address this CDBG letter?
Oh, I forgot that. Yes, thank you. The Kansas has changed the rules for the CDBG grants. Well, they haven't done it yet. They're looking at recommendations to change it. And the change is concerning to the Regional Planning Commission who serves our area. I sit on the board. We had a meeting last week. They have requested that we submit this letter to the committee at the state who is handling these changes. They've removed some of the programming that our 12-state area relies heavy on, some storm sewers, some infrastructure, and they're trying to focus on childcare centers, which the CDBG program has done before, and it's not been successful for them. So
In addition to that, the other big change is they want to eliminate the cycle on funding and make it open funding, so you can be funded any time of the year.
okay.
But that's a disadvantage to small cities and counties that have already put funds into the engineering for a specific cycle. So they want to adjust these.
Yeah, these programs that CDBG funds, they're multi-year. The cities spend years gearing up to be able to apply for the funding. And this is going to throw us off for several years going forward if these changes are passed. So the Regional Planning Commission has asked all 12 counties to submit this letter to the board requesting that they not make these changes. I've put it on our letterhead, and if you all would sign it, we can get it sent in.
You read it?
I read it. The objections raised are reasonable objections. You know, I don't have a position one way or the other as to whether they should be approved or not, but they are reasonable.
Let us read them over today and we'll get them at the end of the day.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And where are we at on the,
Comprehensive plan.
you know, I ask that every week, don't I? She gets tired of hearing it. The comprehensive plan. Anything? Update? Any meetings?
Jennifer was out last week, so she wasn't able to respond to my request for, what did I ask her for? Examples of good plans, because she's got a section that she wants me to write, and I'm trying to figure out how to do it well. So she's back this week. Hopefully we'll get a jump on that. She's been working on it.
Did the copy of the contract I provided you give you the leverage you needed in terms of,
Maybe, I'm not sure yet.
if you need help reading through it, let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Do you still have your steering committee put together on that?
Yep,
A lot of involvement?
some more than others, I guess. Yeah, which is pretty normal for a committee.
Anything else?
I don't have anything.
Nope. I'm good.
Thanks.
Okay,
Jessica.
thank you.
Gary, what do you have?
Got a couple quick things here. We have a request for reduced dumping fees as per our policy. This is in Blue Mound. The owner of the property is Amanda Johnson. The property is 115 East Kansas Street. There's a house that is a dangerous and it definitely needs to come down. And so Bobby has reviewed it. It meets all of your policy requirements. And so
Could you kind of explain to the people here what?
Yeah,
we do with this?
we have two levels of assistance that we provide to cities and individuals who are demolishing properties that are dangerous properties or just a negative in the community. One is that if it's an individual just tearing down a property they own, we will reduce or eliminate the tipping fees on the at the CD landfill. If the city is doing the demo, we also make it possible for them to apply for hauling or for containers to do the hauling of materials. In this case, the city's not doing the demo, but the city has endorsed the application as is required. And so we're recommending that the dumping fees be eliminated on this particular case.
Need a sign?
Yep. No, Bobby signs it, I think. You just need to vote to approve it.
Right.
I make a motion to accept the reduced dumping fees for the location.
115 East Kansas and Blue Mountain.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
David, did you get this invoice on the Did you get this invoice on the FF&E payment? Do you want to?
Don't have anything with me.
Okay, well, I'll set that aside. We'll deal with it another time. We have a change order on the jail that I need you to approve. All of these items you've talked about before and tentatively approved them. There's a mezzanine revisions that we talked about that we've been talking about for several months that totaled about $28,000. There were some changes in some door hardware required by the fire marshal on a few specific locations, around $1,800. Danny's bollards in the in the trash compactor area was just under $1,500. The parking lot remediation that they had to do, where they had to take out extra soil, put in the structured bridge, and then put additional rock in, totaled just a little under $52,000. And there was a change. I don't know if we discussed this or not, but it seemed it had to be or needed to be done. In most of the offices have what they call a duress button, which is a button that you push if somebody's in there acting up, and you need security. The original design of the duress button was under the desk. It was a very expensive process to get the cable into that button. We could actually put the button right behind the desk on the wall a lot easier. And so that was the request. It shows up as a change here, but then there'll be a reduction on the other end from the under desk buttons. So this shows an increase of $1,200 to get these wall plates for a duress button. And all a person would have to do is just reach back and slap that button, and they'd be a warning. So the total of these change orders is $84,468.63.
What's the change order number?
Change order number 16. If you're ready to approve it, then you need a motion, and Jim needs to sign it there on the bottom right.
You got any questions? Make a motion that we approve it in that amount. This change order. Change order number 16. Okay?
$84,468.63.
That's my motion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There he is.
Sign it.
On the bottom, third line from the bottom on the right.
Okay. Listen.
Have you heard anything from any updates on the punch list items?
They're working on them. I haven't heard any, they'll do another punch list in about 2 weeks. They haven't set a date for it yet, but they'll go through and check them all.
That'll probably be one that you and I will be more
I think it'd be,
useful in.
yeah, I think so.
Useful.
Useful. That's one.
More in
Would
demand.
you just get follow around?
Yeah.
Glide those off.
You got sheriff now. He's got an award.
Sheriff Friend.
Morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. We're on your agenda for 9:45, but
looks like we might go a little bit early if that's okay with you.
That's
You're on our
perfect.
agenda at 9:30.
Oh, okay. 45, so good thing we come over a little early. Got a full house today. I appreciate that from our citizens. I have Dan Kaiser here with the State of Kansas Department of Transportation, and he's going to present an award to one of my folks. They called last week and asked me if we had any public meetings coming up, so here we are. But no further ado. Dan?
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Daniel Kaiser, as I've been introduced. This here award was given to Deputy Chip Moore for people saving people. Every year, Kansas Department of Transportation has a People Saving People Award. And this year, Deputy Moore was nominated by Mitch Shaw. Thank you, sir. I'll let you speak if you'd like to about the deputy. But first, I'll just explain what this award is. It's People Saving People Award highlights impressive efforts and achievements of persons or organizations that have positive effects on transportation safety behavior in Kansas. To be eligible, an individual organization must have successfully resolved a transportation safety issue or situations within their organization. Unfortunately, this year, Deputy Moore wasn't able to come to transportation safety because he was involved with other business in the school that he actually works in. He's an SRO also. So he wasn't able to come, so that's why I'm here today to present this award. What Deputy Moore's done is he's had instances where he's actually assisted in putting together mock crash instances, so the younger age drivers would know kind of what to expect, what not to do to keep that from happening. Also, while in the school, he assists with the what's called SAFE. It's a actual state organized program that uses funding from seatbelt violations. It's actually paid by that for those by those funds. What it does is then goes into the schools and trains our young drivers how to drive safely. There's unfortunately our young drivers, if they're going to get killed, it's going to be unfortunately on the motors going back and forth on highways and roads. So he was part of that. He's also assisted, I guess, in the schools as far as active shooters. So he's doing a lot for your schools. He's all about traffic. And I'm going to let Mr. Shaw speak if he would like to, and then I'll award the award to Deputy.
First off, it's good to see you in person. We've emailed quite a few times. This is quite an honor for our county and for our school district to receive this award. We are very pleased. Chip's been an amazing addition to our staff. He's done a fantastic job in identifying and working with our children and promoting seatbelt safety, as well as many other ways he's helped us out, from coaching to, again, organizing active shooter training. And actually on the KSTRO website last year, our mock accident was published on there and ran, so districts all across the state could see that as a model of what not to do and to promote not drinking and driving distracted. So we're very excited for Chip to get this award today. It's very deserving, and I also wanted to let you know that in my absence next year, that Chip will be taking over as our SAFE coordinator for the district, and we plan on having a strong showing again. So thank you again.
Yes, thank you, sir, for nominating. Deputy Moore, please. Congratulations. Yeah, against transportation. Congratulations. First off, I'm a little envious of him. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years, and 23 of those were dedicated traffic enforcement. I never got one of these. So it's quite the award, so congratulations. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I appreciate the commissioner's time in allowing us to do this. And I think it's important to know that this award's presented to 3 individuals in the state of Kansas. So I'm really proud of Deputy Moore for everything that he's done to achieve this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay.
I had one other thing I forgot to do. We need to make a nomination to an appointment to the nominating committee of the judicial district. The 3-county district has a nominating committee that nominates judges, and they were the ones that put in the nominations that resulted in our most recent local judge being appointed. That she'll be here soon. We have just recently been granted 2 new judge positions in the district. These are in addition to what we already have. And so the nominating committee will be needing to convene and make some nominations. And each county has an attorney and a non-attorney on the nominating.
Do we have, who's our attorney?
It's my mind.
There's only like 4 of you.
Well, it's an attorney that practices here. He doesn't actually, he doesn't have an office here. It's Richard Fisher.
Okay, Fisher is,
Fisher is our,
Osawatomie.
yeah, but he does the bulk of his practice is here, and so he is eligible. Al Hurt has been our non-attorney
He's leaving.
member, but his term has expired, and Todd Schneider has agreed to take that position if you would care to appoint him to it.
I think it's fine individual.
I'll make a motion we nominate Todd Snyder for
Second.
the position. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That's all I had, sorry.
Okay.
I have a couple of things that Jessica just brought back in to me.
Okay.
She has a note here on the salt. It looks like last year we spent $33,904
Okay.
on salt. And then we have the quote or the proposal that was approved a couple of weeks ago with Bettis Asphalt. And we apparently didn't sign a copy of that and send it back to them, so they're needing a signed copy.
We already approved it though. We just
Yeah,
need
it was
signatures.
approved previously in another meeting.
Kind of slow. Sign faster.
Oh. I make a motion.
No, we already did.
Oh, okay.
Sign.
Yeah. You want me to sign everything? aren't you?
Yeah,
Give him a couple checks to sign.
that's right.
What else?
That's all I've got right now, anyway.
Kevin, you want to speak on your transition over to the new jail?
Sure we can. So we've been working a lot with the architect and builders at this point, and probably looking at about a month out, maybe a little bit more right now. We've had some supply issues, as everybody has who's in business with anything. We're waiting on a smoke purge panel for our fire system. Currently, right now it's in Massachusetts, still under construction. We expect the delivery of it probably within the next, we're hoping 20 days that it'd be delivered to us. So a few things like that'll hold us up. And then I think once we get that smoke purge panel in, pretty much everything else is in-house. We had, as you guys know, some trouble with hot water systems and stuff. Of course, we had our 600-gallon hot water tank was, it had been canceled and reordered and stuff because of, supply issues. So those things have been problematic, but realistically, we're not that far out of scope from when the project started as far as maybe a move-in date. Of course, we won't know that until we see fire marshal inspections and stuff like that. It's my understanding that once the panel's in place, we'll notify fire marshal's office, and they have up to 30 working days to actually provide the inspections that are necessary. But everything else is pretty well done. We have some limited inspections that are already done. on the building, but it's all coming together pretty nice. Once we know a move-in date, we'll be looking at an open house date. We're thinking on a Friday, Saturday. We'd probably do some type of open house to the public where they can come in and tour the facility and see what their tax dollars over the next several years will be paying for when it comes to that sales tax that was put in place through the bond. But everything's coming together pretty well. We've had a few issues with items that did come in, mismatch type stuff. And I think everybody's on task of getting those things taken care of before opening date. But everything's pretty well in place and moving forward. Like I say, the only thing that is really problematic is the smoke purge panel. So.
Will you, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, will the courts move in about the same time, and you can conduct both at move and everything?
I can't speak for the courts, of course, but in speaking with my bailiffs division, it looks like that the courts are planning a move date once the parking lot and everything's totally finished, because I think, with traffic in and out of the courthouse, as far as the court function goes, there's quite a bit of traffic, and with the foot traffic in front of the court building, this would be traumatic. It'd be just like today, experiencing these folks showing up, for today's meeting, just trying to find parking and get somewhere. So I can't see them coming in place until the parking lot's fully intact and, down to striped and everything.
Okay.
And I think that's wise. If we have somebody fall down and get hurt, that's going to be a pretty big deal. So.
I visited with the judge about this at some length, trying to get the schedules organized. And she doesn't feel that it's necessary for the sheriff's department to already be in place for the court to move. Would you be just as long as her bailiffs can be there?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, my bailiffs division will be following the courts to secure the front door and, take care of the x-ray of packages and, making sure people aren't coming in with items they shouldn't be and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't think there's any one thing that can go in ahead of another and it's really going to matter too much. As far as our move goes, it was my goal, to get my detectives bureau over there just to occupy the building as a safety mechanism, to have people in the building. So they're a 3-person division. So if we could get them put in the building, they're in and out, they're primarily daytime, but they are in and out throughout nights and weekends and stuff as well. So it would offer some measure of security to the building and have some staff there to kind of get things going. But we can't even occupy at this time. The only folks with the county that can occupy would be our IT division, because they're part of the construction process with camera installation and stuff like that. And I think the commission probably should know and probably does know that IT division's been doing a load of work and
Saved us a lot of money.
they saved us probably more than $250,000 with the purchases of camera systems and stuff like that. And then the installation, and not just IT. I need to say that maintenance has been involved in that, as well as Public Works. Public Works just hired a new guy. He doesn't have a CDL yet. That's something that he's working to achieve, and he's been working with IT, doing some installation and stuff right now. So those partnerships are really invaluable, and those divisions are all under you guys, under the commission, and I really hope that you'll reach out to those folks and let them know they've been doing a great job. And quite frankly, there's a lot of money savings there just in how we could purchase camera equipment and also by us doing that, we got to stay on our same system, the Ubiquity or Unify system, which is a system already in place in Linn County, and not have another platform come in. But there was just a lot of dollars saved there, and they're proud to do the work they're doing, and they're doing a heck of a job. I mean, I've been getting new cameras coming up on our server on a daily basis, and but they've had some really hard installs to do in some of the cell areas, rubber padded cells and stuff. They've had some really hard installs in that situation, and they've done a great job with it. So I'm really proud of those guys and cherish the partnership that we have in that. So.
We talked about the vehicle inspections here months ago, about a month, or I don't know how long ago it was. I don't know if we ever got an email. Did we ever get an update on that? Of what we're gonna do?
No, we've been working with other jurisdictions. So what Commissioner McCullough is talking about is VIN inspections or vehicle identification number inspections that we do in Linn County. That program is not a Linn County program. It's a Kansas Highway Patrol program. And we assist them. We're a designee to do inspections for them. And our public, to the tune of about, I don't know, last week was really short. I think we had 8 or 10 VIN inspections. Week before, I think we had 28. So we usually average 1,000 a year in VIN inspections as to what we do. And that's just to kind of describe the program a little bit. But we partnered with the Mound City Police Department because, of course, my 2021 budget, I had extra personnel written in to take care of that project. Right now, my jail staff does it. So the jail staff probably does out of those 1,000, well, actually last year we had 999 VINs. They probably do about 750 of those. Periodically, a deputy will snag one, or myself or Bobby will snag one and do a VIN here and there. But in this situation, moving into the new facility, jail staff won't be available to do vehicle identification inspections for the public, just because of the way we're set up and the amount of inmates that we expect to gain at some point in time. So it kind of takes them out of play. So in our 2022 budget that we wrote and was approved back on June 21st of last year, I'd asked for some extra individuals to affect court security, and one of those people would have been a VIN inspector that would have worked through that program. Those positions were denied, which I fully understand going into the facility. At this point, we just probably didn't have to roll those 3 in just yet. Probably in time, we would have to, depending on how busy the building is. So we partnered with Mound City Police Department, and they're currently in play with Kansas Highway Patrol to become a designee. Currently, Chief Snyder's here from Pleasanton. They do VIN inspections there. And Chief Finati in Lacine, they do VIN inspections there. So, and I think some of their people are here too. So I think that when we get to the position, what we've got to do is drastically cut down the amount of VINs that we're doing, if not forego the program, if we can't find somebody to do it. And we could hire somebody at a part-time basis. And I know that the county treasurer is kind of concerned about it as to how we're going to affect that, because when we lose that ability, it changes the way the Division of Motor Vehicles runs over here. This last year, we actually reduced hours on the VIN program to cut it off at 2:00 in the afternoon. And that was so when they go to motor vehicles not put into an overtime situation by having to stay late to process somebody's VIN or registration that we just did their VIN at, say, 4:00 in the afternoon. So, it affects a lot of other mechanisms in the county as to when we change that stuff up. So we're trying to keep it fluid. Our goal would be when we do come across the road in a month or 6 weeks, whatever it ends up being, that we would market those other police departments that are out there that are doing VINs, and we would market people who come to us to go to them to get that service, if you will. Just because I don't know how it's going to look in the new building when we don't have anybody in place to be there and do it all the time, because we try to schedule that. It's on Kansas Highway Patrol website. It's on our Facebook page and stuff like that. So we schedule those from 8 to 2 currently. And when we get over there, it could come to, we would do VINs if we don't have anybody part-time, say, to do it throughout the week, we'd probably schedule one couple-hour block per week where VINs could be done at our office through the Kansas Highway Patrol, where they would come and essentially sit on our lot and intake those people for their VIN inspections.
Is that how they do it in other counties? I mean, we don't have to provide that service, right?
It's not our service, it's the Kansas Highway Patrol service. We're just doing it as a convenience, and probably more as a convenience to the treasurer's office, which is where Motor V lies. So probably more as a service to them as anybody, because what we can do by doing them on a daily basis, on an 8 to 2 basis, is we can control somewhat the flow of how individuals go in and register their motor vehicles. Because if they're buying an out-of-state motor vehicle coming into us for an inspection, and they're coming in, one every 2 hours to our office, let's say, it controls the flow. The problem is, if we do it with Kansas Highway Patrol, it would probably be like, let's just say on a Thursday from 2 to 4. And the problem then is your folks say they live outside of Mound City proper and they're in Lacine, Lynn Valley Park or Blue Mound, somewhere like that. It's going to cause them to not be able to register their motor vehicle that day because there'd be a clog at the Department of Motor Vehicle. So they'd have to go back home, come back the next day. And that's problematic, and that's taken services backwards in Linn County. And, we hate to see that happen, but we don't have a fix for it at this point. We're trying to come up with one, but that's where we're at. So,
Thank you, Sheriff.
anything else?
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Commission. I appreciate your time.
It's close enough to 10. Let's get started.
Okay, I'll tell you, we're going to open it up for a public comment, and that's exactly what it is. It's, you guys care to make a public comment, you can come up, state your case, and we'll listen. And does anybody have any idea how many people's going to speak?
Who's wanting to speak? Do you have a representative?
So you're the only.
Parcelli, you want to speak? Why don't you come first? Because he's got the petition, I think, that he wants to present.
And this is all matters. You can talk about any matters, not just SROs. So.
Yeah. Is there anybody here that wants to speak besides on the SRO project? We have the mayors here, and what's your topic going to be?
It'll be everything other than the SRO.
Okay. Teresa? And who's in the very back that raised their hand?
You have time scheduled though, right, Teresa? So you're not in public comment, right? Unless you want to speak in public.
There was a couple of additional things I wanted to address, so I didn't know I needed.
We've got you, all the mayors that wanted to speak. I know infrastructure is an important issue for you. We've got you on the schedule for that as well. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
State your name.
My name is Melissa Schroyer. Good morning. I'm here today, along with many others, obviously, to address your recent vote to defund the county SRO program. I'm the school nurse for USD 344 in Pleasanton. And not only do I work in one of our county school districts, my 2 children also attend Pleasanton. I have 2 nieces who attend Jayhawk. So I'm telling you this so that you have an understanding that I'm coming to you not only as a concerned school employee, but also as a concerned mother, aunt, voter, and taxpayer. So I'd like to express my disappointment in this decision. My reasons are many, but I'll briefly touch on just a few. I'll begin with the obvious. The presence of the SROs in our schools foster an environment of safety for students and staff. As the nurse, I've utilized our SRO multiple times this year in cases where the involvement of law enforcement was necessary, or as a consultant in other cases. The benefit of having a police officer on site when you're dealing with a potential threat to a child is immeasurable, which I would imagine and hope that you could agree with. The second topic I'd like to address about the benefit of the SRO presence in the schools is the rapport that is built between these students and the police department. I see it every single day in my district, and I hear about it from my nieces in the Jayhawk district. In the days of social media and mainstream media declaring how terrible the police are, these individuals are the true face of the sheriff's department for these kids. Do you really want to be an instrument of change that takes that away? Lastly, many of us have been following the discussion about the funding source for the SRO program over the last several months. I do realize you have a goal to become revenue neutral. However, what looks good on paper versus what the cost will be to your citizens and taxpayers throughout the county are quite different. I'm also aware that the commission's been presented with multiple avenues that could be taken to either save or offset funds. Sure, there's a legal option for the districts to declare themselves a police department and to hire their own officers or security, but at what cost to your taxpayers? again, what looks good to your budget and what's actually good for the people who you were voted to represent differ tremendously. And in addition, I would just like to say that I haven't seen the people of our county come together about something as they have with this in a very long time, if ever. So there is that.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Who's next?
Clayton.
My name is Clayton Parscale. I live here in Mountain City. I don't know if you remember a few weeks ago, I came to you as a commission requesting a public meeting to be held in the evening. Well, I do, and I was told to go and speak with the school board. This was not the place for those questions. Well, now I do believe this is a place for those questions. With the help of Teal Briggs and many others, we spent the past few days gathering signatures and petitioning your decision to tentatively defund the SRO program. We've gathered somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 plus signatures. I'm not going to give you an exact quote. It's going to have to go to the clerk's office, and they'll have to do their process, and you'll get an exact number at that point. From the Linn County residents and the Linn County voters and the very people you took an oath to serve. Now, mind you, we started gathering signatures on Wednesday, May 4th. I would like to point something out that I'm not sure you guys took into consideration. The county is not just funding an SRO program. It is funding deputies who patrol during the summer when Linn County has doubled in size. It's funding deputies who patrol around the holidays. It's funding deputies who patrol on snow days when school has been canceled and there's a dozen wrecks within minutes of each other. It's funding deputies who work the fair, arts and crafts, along with other special events that come to Linn County. But do you realize what this really means? It means Linn County is a safer place due to having more deputies on patrol during peak times of Linn County. It means our response times during peak times of the year are cut in half because we have the manpower. It means when citizens of Linn County are calling for help in an emergency, we can respond to their aid. It's by no means just an SRO program. You and I will never know when we will be put into an emergency situation, but I feel along with many others the comfort of knowing help could be right around the corner. If these deputies are disposed of, we can't put a value on human life. Now, this petition which we bring to you today does not contain any kind of ultimatum, meaning there's no if a certain amount of signatures are obtained, something will happen. This petition is to show you the citizens are okay with this quote unquote burden and want the SRO program to stay in place. Keep in mind that, yeah, the schools can fund their own program and have their own cops. Taxes may go up, but the county does not receive the benefit of having those extra deputies in times of need. Now, I have tried to speak with you, and it seemed you have no interest in talking to me. So hear these signatures and the people who have taken the time to come down and speak to you if you won't listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Ray Steen. I'm a student in 7th grade at Jayhawk Linn High. I'm here to tell you reasons why we need SROs. An SRO is not there just to be a cop. They teach us how to not use drugs and alcohol. They're also someone we can go talk to if we have a problem. We have learned a lot about in classes that they teach us about why we should not use drugs, alcohol, tobacco, or vape. SROs are someone we can look up to for guidance. SROs have also taught us how to recognize certain drugs and gun safeties. SROs are also there to protect students in our school, and if an emergency or someone enters our school and tries to harm us, the SRO would be there to protect us. They are specially trained to deal with issues such as medical and crisis issues that teachers and faculty might not be trained for. We learned how drinking alcohol can impact your driving using a drunk driving simulator that was put on by an SRO. These are just a few reasons why we need to keep SROs in our school. That they are there to be a resource, not only to enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Mitch Shaw. I'm principal over at Pleasant Schools. I'm just going to speak briefly and then let these speak for us. I commend the young man for speaking. That's awesome. I've been a principal for 20 years in 3 different districts. I've had the amazing ability to work with many SROs, and I can just tell you that SROs make schools safer, and they prevent a lot of issues that can occur. SROs are not perfect. They are human. But they also create a better environment for kids. And I can just say this, is that with the pandemic, the SRO program has become even more valuable because of some of the counseling that they do with some kids, some connections they make with kids, because of the difficult times that our kids are having with the home front. And that kind of coincide with everything going on in society. And I just feel like that taking this program away would be taking a step backwards, when I think you're being very progressive when you added this program a few years ago. And these are letters of support. I think there's close to 40 letters in here from staff and students from my district. I'd just like to present those to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Angie Dean. I live in Blue Mound. My son Race just spoke a moment ago. I'm going to give you the definition of a school resource officer. I'm sure you have your own ideas, but this is directly from the National Association of School Resource Officers. The school resource officer is carefully selected, specifically trained, and properly equipped full-time law enforcement officer with sworn law enforcement authority, trained in school-based law enforcement and crisis response, assigned by the employing law enforcement agency to work in the school using community-oriented policing concepts. The purpose of a school resource officer. Purpose of a school resource officer program is to build positive and trusting relationships between law enforcement and students. Building positive relationships with students, staff, administration, and the community often means a dedicated school resource officer spends important hours performing the roles of law enforcement, public safety educator, and informal counselor and mentor. Some benefits of having a school resource officer: prevention or minimization of property damage in the schools and surrounding areas, prevention of student injuries or even death due to violence, drug overdoses, etc. A reduction in the need for schools to call 911. A reduction of likelihood that a student will end up with a criminal record. Increases the likelihood that students will get help from social service and healthcare systems. Increase in feelings of safety among students and staff. All students have the right to attend school in a safe environment. School safety should be important to everyone. Children's services experts all agree that the presence of responsible, caring adults in a child's life is critical to their ability to avoid destructive behaviors, make good choices, and survive the challenges that family, socioeconomic, racial, and other circumstances can present. An SRO is one of these adults, and they help students navigate the challenging situations on and off campus. Regarding school attacks. In an analysis of 67 averted school attack plots, nearly 1/3 of these cases featured SROs playing a role in either reporting the attack or responding to a report made by someone else, highlighting their role as a trusted adult within the school community. SROs play an important role in school violence prevention. SROs protect America's most valuable asset, our children. I'd just like to add that there's lots of funding and grants available out there. I'd be happy to assist you and show you where those grants are available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
County Commissioners, my name is Lou Donaldson, City Councilman, Linn Valley. I think that by the approach of removing SROs out of schools, we're not going to reduce the need, the amount of incidents, accidents that need to be reported or taken by the county. So now, instead of having a set amount of SRO officers handling this, your budget explodes because you nonstop have to have.
Just a minute.
Sheriff
Right
in the
there,
area.
before you made that statement, we did not remove the program. Go ahead.
Okay, by removing.
We didn't remove it.
Okay,
Just
so.
go ahead.
Hold on. We'll speak at the end. Make your comment.
And the comment was, I think they misjudged the real need of those officers being at the schools, and it's not going to reduce how the parents feel.
Okay.
You know, that, you know what, there's going to be incidents at that school that you'll have no choice but send a sheriff out there to do incident and accident reports.
Right.
Those kids aren't going away. The population of this county isn't reducing. And to put it in the private sector, let's look how well that did for the health department in Kansas. I'm done.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Dion.
My name is Dion Benedict, and I grew up in this county and I went to school at Prairie View. And I've had 6 kids in this school system. We didn't have SROs when I was in school. I think they did a trial at one point in time. However, I can tell you 5 years ago, my family went through a really rough time. My kids were scared to death of cops. My 2 little ones, they cried every time they saw a cop. They thought either somebody was going to get arrested, somebody was going to get taken away. They would run. They'd go hide. Because of the SROs in their schools, they will go hug the cops now. They will go talk to them. They have been a lifesaver. All of my kids have a very good relationship with every one of them. Tina has been a godsend in Lacine. Every one of my kids will go talk to her. The drugs, the violence at Prairie View has increased tremendously since my would-be 23-year-old was in Prairie View. And it scares me to death to have kids in the school system around here. And to see it without an SRO officer, I don't know where I'd take my kids if we don't have that protection. I know a couple years ago there was a medical emergency that my daughter helped with, and I'm glad that there was an SRO officer there because the nurse's aide that was at the school had no idea what to do. The teachers had no idea what to do. But luckily there was students in the room that had the training to help take care of that. So, the cops being in the schools is a godsend.
Because I know I've talked to Tina a couple times that to get a police officer to Prairie View could be 20, 30 minutes, depending on what they're doing. You know, I think it's a really bad idea to get them out of the schools. There's too many mental health crises going on with our teens these days. There's, you know, and we need that positive influence. Like other people have said, you know, they benefit our kids. They give a good rapport with our children and teach our children a lot of good information while they're there.
Well, thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Who's next?
Anybody?
I'm Rex Bollinger, Superintendent, USD 362. On May 7th of this, not May 7th, excuse me, March 7th of this year, our board approved the previous agreement that you sent to us as commissioners
Right.
in good faith. I believe the JAOC board has done that too as well. And we were, you know, personally, I was pretty shocked and disappointed over what took place here last week as far as taking the school resource budget out of the county budget when I thought we had an agreement set in place with our district. So that agreement, I know from our district, has been signed and sent to the county back in March. I just wanted to address that.
Yeah, I thank you for that too. You're the school district that got right on board and realized it was important.
Also want to talk about school budgets a little bit, you know, because everybody thinks our budgets are flexible and things like that. Our budgets are pretty strict.
Would you
Our
like to look
primary
at the
mission-
budget right here? Just take a look at that Rex right there. Let's just look at those numbers there. And
I understand the numbers.
increased budget.
I understand the numbers, but,
Let's read it then, just a minute there, right there. Not read these?
Yeah, it's public.
It's public knowledge, so. General budget of 344 in 2012 was $10,725,487. Pardon me?
no, that's 10 million. He said $10 million budget. I understand what our budgets say.
But I'm just saying to increase the change of it here. The budgets, your budgets in the last 10 years.
In the last 10 years, our increase, because
Yeah.
our state aid goes up every year too.
Right.
In the last 10 years. And we're responsible for our employee raises and
Some of these are 248,000 or 248% down to 39% in 10 years.
yeah, I understand all that, but you know, our primary mission is to provide education for our students.
It is.
And that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we've always tried to accomplish. So I understand as far as, I just wanted to clear up as far as budget-wise goes, our capital expenditures, anything we vote on for bond and interest cannot go towards salaries of anything. Now, I did address with the State Department of Education whether or not I could pay SRO salaries out of the capital outlay fund. That could not be done.
Right.
And I've addressed that with them. So, you know, you talk about our AstroTurf, you talk about our football stadium, our baseball stadium, our gymnasium, our building projects, that's separate. We can't, it's the same way as you can't utilize the funds for the jail to pay for the staffing of that jail. And that's the same way in this thing here. My feeling is if you do this, and if we have to do this, we have to increase taxes. You're asking 60% of the county to take an increase in taxes by doing this, if you follow through on this, 60% of the county, if we have to take on this through a tax policy through the school district, 60% of the county is going to get a tax increase.
In about 2006, how did you guys do it?
Pardon?
2006, what kind of program did you guys have with Dick George?
I have no idea. That precedes me, so I
Does
have.
anybody here know what purview had in 2006?
I know we had a school resource officer back then, but I don't know the ins and outs of that.
Yeah.
So,
Let me ask you this, Rex, since in 7 years, how many businesses in Linn County has not changed the way they do business?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Everybody changes how.
Has the program changed? Have we looked at anything in 7 years the way we changed the program?
In regards to that, and in regards to what you guys stated in your letter, yeah, I think we can change. I think there's a way that we can get together. I think
Since
there's
we're
a way
into
that
this-
we can work with this individual.
Since we're into this, is there an organizational chart as far as the resource officer program?
I don't know.
I mean, with you, Sheriff, you have a lot of different, separate programs that you're in charge of, but your organizational chart, is it broke down into different divisions? You know, so who's in charge of the, resource officer program?
Johnson is the sergeant of the program.
Is he in the program now? Is he a resource officer?
He's in charge of the program.
Is he a resource officer?
He's not assigned to a school currently.
Do we have 6 full resource officers right now?
You.
We do now. We have 6 full.
That's not in school, but he is in charge of the program.
So we have a resource officer that's not in a school, but we have 6 positions, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is the school going without SRO right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
What,
And not by your choice. Is that correct?
was not your choice to get rid of me?
That's true.
Okay.
So who's in charge of the program then?
I am.
So why is he not in the building if you're in charge of the program?
Because the school wished to not have him in the building, and I wasn't going to get in an argument with the school.
So
Yeah, we're going to talk about that too.
you got
Yeah.
time, Matt. We just hold up here, Matt. You got time.
Yeah, we're working towards that, believe it or not.
Thank you. Where are we at with this, with the school? I'll tell you what, we're not in charge of the program, guys. We don't want to be in charge of the program. We're in charge of the financing of the program, you know, but when it gets brought to us,
That's kind of true, sir. You're in charge of the financing of the sheriff.
Right.
You're not in charge of any of my people or what.
exactly, we're not.
Exactly.
Right.
You're-
So what I do with my people is none of your business.
But what we're doing with the financing,
My job to affect law enforcement in Linn County, not yours. Your job is to finance it. Law
That's right.
enforcement, much like medical, we're very expensive to have. And I'm sorry for that, but I can't control those expenses other than with what you guys do to my budget. And you guys come out and say you're going to cut the SRO program. How do you know that I'm not going to cut the jail program and we're not going to have any money coming into that new place? Maybe we might need people in schools for the security of our children more than we need a whole bunch of inmates housed over there. That could happen. So we, the people here who elected me, and they elected you as well, but they're here today to speak. And I hope you'll hear them because
we're
Mr.
going to fill this jail and do exactly what the public wanted.
And that's what I want to do. But these folks want to speak and you're interrupting them. And that, quite frankly, sir, is rude.
I'm not interrupting them.
You did.
Okay. Go ahead, Rex.
I go back to your last paragraph from what you sent, and I received this morning on your mail or your letter to us. Said the schools desire to see the program continue. They would be advised to work out a detailed set of operating procedures with the sheriff's department that will address the various control, liability, and coordination issues that exist for all of our district or all the districts, and address the questions of the funding of the program for each of the individual districts according to respective resources and needs. As I said earlier, I believe, and I've done the numbers and I've run the numbers, that if you move it to the districts and we have to tax, it's going to increase taxes on at least 60% of the county. 60% of the county when you guys are cutting taxes, but it's a wash. It's more than a wash because 60% of the county is going to get more taxes as a result. The other thing is Mr. Thomas, Mr. Laver, and myself have no problem sitting down with this gentleman right here, the sheriff, and working with him to come up with some standard operating procedures. I believe we have an MOU in place now. No one's really kind of revisited that in the past. And we would like to revisit that and continue to work in that. But, we would like to continue forward with the program. And we would like to keep our SROs in our schools. Somebody asked me last week about staffing. Could I go with 2? I thought about during the last week. The answer on that is You know, for the safety of my kids, that's difficult because of the location of my buildings. They're 10 miles apart from, basically 10 minutes apart from each other. And I'd much rather have an SRO that is hundreds of feet away rather than tens of miles away or tens of minutes away to get
Sure.
there. So I had an incident, Melissa referred to an incident, or not referred to the response time to an incident. It took them 20, 30 minutes to get through dispatch and all the way. And the SRO happened to be out of the building that day, but it took 30 minutes for us to get somebody there to help. And, you know, there are going to be days when the SRO is going to be needed somewhere else, but that's something that we can work out and we can work with. But, you know, we just hope on those days nothing happens and we got some extra coverage and everybody's aware of where our people are. So my point is I want to support the SRO program. I want to support it for our district. Our districts, as I stated before, is one of the ones that jumped on board and said, yes, we'll help provide for that. And we appreciated the flexibility that you changed the language on that because we had that conversation about 3 months ago. You changed that language on that.
How many months have we been working on this program?
Been working on it for a while.
How long?
I don't know, Jim. So, I mean, 6 months or so, but you guys have done one thing. I mean, gave us a letter, you know, we respond. Things take time and we're working on it. So, and we've approved it. So my point is Prairie View is supportive of the SRO program and strongly supportive of it. And hopefully it continues on the way it is with more working relationship with the sheriff too as well.
And for you that don't know exactly what Rex is talking about is we had sat down with the superintendents from all 3 school districts and we asked for $12,000. Don't ask me where that number came from. It came out of the blue basically per school and they stepped right up and did theirs. And Jay Auckland did theirs and then they didn't want their SRO. And then Pleasanton went in wherever. I don't know what Pleasanton's doing. There's no feedback other than I think he got a $1,000 grant. So I think there's some frustration there too of cooperation that we felt was different. And I'll tell you a little bit. I know you're going to speak, and let me just speak and get this off my chest too. So I grew up here. I went to elementary school in Lacine. I graduated Prairie View, and I spent 30 years in the Marine Corps and came back here because this is my hometown, and I like it a lot. My kids went there to Lacine Elementary and to Prairie View up until 5th grade, and the other one was in 7th grade when she moved out to Prairie View. We took our 2 kids out of the school system, not because the school system did anything wrong, but we wanted them to go to a Catholic school, a religious belief that we wanted our kids to go there. So we drive them there every single day to St. Thomas and to St. James Academy. And I will tell you this, when they went to their elementary slash, because they were together, junior high, right in the heart of Olathe, there was no SRO, and this was only 3 or 4 years ago. And I know it's important. They locked their doors and they kept it. I know that Sheriff Fila, who had a compassion for this, he ran on the program that he wanted an SRO program. And he initially talked to the school districts. And I know him very well. I talked to him all the time because he was a former Marine as well. So we had that bonding there. But his easiest avenue of approach at the time was to come to the commission and ask them. And he found out there was some interest in it. And there was interest in it. 2 people voted yes, 1 person voted no. And then you saw last week what we did. We all 3 voted no. It's not an issue of whether we should have an SRO program at all. It's not at all. It's a matter of who should fund it. Who funds the teachers, who funds the buses, who funds everything about that school district. And that's the way I feel. It should have never came to the commission at all. But it's not about whether the SROs are perfect or we don't need them. That's not what the commissioners are saying. They're saying that the funding should switch. And there's things besides that we're not going to talk about in front of the superintendents here, but the superintendents and we worked together on it to some extent, but we're not happy with the situation at all.
And another thing, I've reached out with David, and he's reached out to every county clerk in Kansas, right, David?
We've sent an email out.
To see how the counties fund the SRO program in the other 104 counties.
Right.
Commissioner, does this not about your feelings though? Because you represented by the voters who voted you in, not what you feel.
No, I think this is, I mean, I see a group of people here and I think there's just as big a group that would support that the schools take over the funding of it. Yeah. Yeah.
Meetings would be easy when more people would show up.
Yeah. Maybe we're wrong. Okay.
You have taken it from an emotional point that the children need protection to a budget point. The citizens are gonna pay for this. The county isn't, the school district. We are.
Okay.
I think, frankly,
Hold on. We're not going to get out of order. Go ahead.
I'll be brief. The sheriff's department can use this resource. You're not even considering that. The fact that they have them in the summer, 6 more police in the summer when we need them the most. Think about that from a budget standpoint. You guys have, and this is my last comment, taken a problem and gone the easiest way to solve it. Just get rid of it. That's what you've done. You haven't tried to correct it. You haven't tried to change it. We're just gonna get rid of it. And when it goes to schools, the schools are gonna have to pay for it. We pay for it. So don't say you're paying for it, or don't say the schools are paying for it. We, as taxpayers, are paying for it.
Thank you.
Okay, the comment was made, back up. Travis Laver, Superintendent of Pleasanton Schools. Comment was made that we didn't quite know where I was at with funding.
I made that comment.
If you go back on the video meetings, you will see that we were here and we gave some options. Our district is the poorest valuation district in the county. That's no surprise by any means. We are trying to get creative with funding. When I left that meeting, I told you that I had applied for a second grant. At this time, I am the only school district that has paid any money towards the SROs, if I am correct. We have paid around $4,000, help me, David, if you remember, through a grant that we received. Everybody in this room knows if you've ever written a grant, it's a whole lot easier to stroke a check than to write a grant. If we had the money, it would have been a lot easier to just sign a purchase order and write a check. So we had to go another route. We were talking about hosting the congregate meals to try to help offset that. I've been in waiting to hear back. Danny, you haven't returned a call. You haven't returned a text. Jim, thank you for calling the other day. But we've got to have some communication back to us as well. The last I left a meeting, we were going to wait till sometime in this week when we were supposed to hear from this other grant that I'd written. Gary called me or reached out to me, I think via email, now I'm thinking about it, and said that the commissioners want to do that separate. So on my agenda for tonight's board meeting was to go ahead and final approve the document, and then we were going to work out the congregate meal piece separately. But I guess in between that time that Gary reached out to me and last week, that changed. That had nothing to do with us. We were, again, waiting, just like I said in that recorded meeting, until that grant was approved or disapproved, and then we were going to figure it out from there. So
And what,
that's all I've got. Thank you.
no, Travis, on the congregate meal program, what exactly, you trying to take you want the whole program? Is that what you want?
So the Pleasanton host site, from what Danny had said the day he came out and actually looked at the site we were going to use, is that the building is costing a lot of money. You guys pay utilities and everything else there. A lot of repairs for HVAC, if I remember right from the conversation. We would give you a spot inside of our building that's fairly adjacent to an entryway door. The room's nice size. We would have that room available every day of the year, whether school's in session or not. And like I told Danny that day, it would be nice to get some folks in here because maybe we could have some opportunities for the citizens to be able to interact with the students, come in, read a book to the classrooms and so forth. But that was the last I heard of it that day.
And I've been working really hard on that. Beyond that, I've been working with the city of Pleasanton. That's been on my schedule for a long time. I've been probably done with it over a year. And Kevin and I have talked about situations with the jail, like when we get everything up and running over there. I don't have an answer for you. What about the 2 months out, 3 months out of the year, whatever it is that we don't have school? Where they go? Where do they go during snow days?
They go there.
You're going to work it out?
Staff is still there.
And I'll just be honest, my first option is the community center in Pleasanton. It's right, I mean, it's in the heart of where the majority of them live. That's what I want to see. It's a community center. It was built off of volunteer work. I think it needs to be utilized by them. That's me.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, Travis, on the area on aging, what we have to do to turn a program over to, if you're just talking about you're going to be there, but are you talking about serving the meals? Because the sheriff's department at one time had mentioned a little bit about maybe serving the meals as well. So there's a whole host of
There's more detail.
federal regulations that we got to go through to
We
do
haven't
that.
even got to the point of
Okay.
we can consider it. So
Okay.
I know-
And on your budget, Travis, just one more question.
I thought this was comment session.
You're here and we listened to you. The state of Kansas issued 150 million additional dollars this year for school funding coming in for next year, from what I understand. And they're going to divide that up into the school districts.
So we have summer school that we've had last year and this year. Each of our summer schools took up a good portion of our funding, over $100,000 to have staff there for the summer.
Okay. So the additional funding you absolutely had to have, or you would have had to do something different?
I assume this is for, you're talking.
I'm just asking because we're talking about, and I'm not leading you into anything, I'm just saying that we wanted you to fund the school district. And now that you have not you, but the state of Kansas school districts have additional money for that, are you saying that all your money is obligated that you've already gotten?
It's for learning loss is the biggest piece. Summer school targets that appropriately. If you're talking about ARPA funds, ESSER funds, that what you guys understand?
Federal dollars.
Yeah, federal, and the federal dollar, and the state issued it out.
Learning.
Have they even, yeah, it's a one-time thing, but have they already issued it, given the money out? You know what you're getting?
Somewhat.
Okay,
I
okay,
still have $1 million coming to us, that's over 3 years.
right,
We have to be, our application has to be approved.
okay,
Yes, summer school is what we spend on.
okay.
To address additional learning loss, I have extra, here at Prairie View, we have extra staff members during the year to address that learning loss too as well, due to COVID. So,
Travis, how do you feel? You got 2 dwellings in your district too. How do you feel like you only have 1 SRO? Do you feel like that's fair to you?
It is because it's another different place.
Like programs or something, or?
Our buildings are a block away from each other too. We've got city of Pleasanton is quick response. Somewhere we've got a study that we did response. I was talking to Jim about this on the phone. When Sheriff Fila was sheriff, just let me get up to the microphone so those at home can hear me. When Sheriff Fila was sheriff, he did a study before we integrated the SRO program of response times. And I believe what he would do is have the dispatchers at various times of the day just ask the folks on patrol their location. From there, they would calculate distance to Prairie View Middle School, from Jacqueline High School, and so forth. And somewhere that study is. And our response times were better because of the City of Pleasanton Police Department. We thought we could serve the district with 1 SRO.
Thanks, Travis. Who's next?
I'd like to speak.
Okay, sure.
Sean Thomas, Superintendent ESD 346. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for allowing the opportunity to speak today. I know that yours is sometimes a thankless job. Governing is difficult, and I appreciate being allowed to be a part of that with you. I know that much has been said and probably will continue to be said about the situation in our district and what has transpired recently, being used as maybe a scapegoat to look at the problems associated with the current SRO program. Maybe there are issues that need to be worked out. Maybe there are things that need to be decided and put in place and implemented to make the program run effectively and efficiently. But they're not big problems. And I can tell you that Sheriff Friend has been an excellent proponent, an excellent resource, The school resource program has been outstanding for our district. My hope would be, moving forward, that we can convince you, the commission, to continue funding the program along with our school districts, knowing that we will continue to work with Sheriff Friend to make that program viable and to continue the dynamic abilities that it's currently allowing for our kids. The SRO program it's extremely positive. Recent events in our district should not detract from the idea that this program can and should be a part of what is offered to our best resource, our youth. And as a result of that, I'm just asking you to reconsider your thoughts and to continue to work with the district and help fund the SRO program. Thank you.
Thank you. Well put. I will say Tiffany Briggs, I don't know, is she here? She did an article with Fox News 4. I turned it on and found out I was famous this morning. And she did a great article. That was a great, if you ever get the chance to go back and watch it on the school districts, she did her interview wanting the SRO program to continue. Like I said, we want it to continue too, but we just want somebody else to pay for it. And just like the schools wanted us to pay for it in the beginning, and we did. So there's no way out. Just decide what we really want to do. See, I'm sorry. Is that you? You did a good job. You did a good interview. So we need to talk about what we really want, what we're going to do in the end, I think, and then maybe get with the superintendents to decide if there's a better way to do it. Does that make sense? Sure. Come on up here.
I'm a city councilman here in Mountain City. And about a year ago, in one of these meetings, I heard Kevin Friend's request for payroll for 2 more people because they needed secretarial help in the office over there. And people in this room said, well, what is that in preparation for the jail? I'm looking at this as an attack on the public education. Regardless of what the SR officers do, they're, like he said, let them do what they do. The schools need some sort of help, then let the schools have the help. If you take this from the schools back to the sheriff's department and then back to the taxpayers, we as a city council are going to be burdened with it. Everyone in here is going to be burdened with it. Let's put this up for a year of study rather than make changes. If you want to really make changes, then I think everybody, taxpayers need to have a say-so. The schools need to have a say-so. The sheriff's department, and then we'll see what happens with this jail over the next year as how it affects our budget. Because you guys are attacking the school system in benefit for the taxpayers with a multi-million-dollar school or jail being built here. I look at that as an assault to the public education.
Okay. All right. So is there any more, or are we going to close up the comments? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Jake Mattingly, City Council, Pleasanton. I'll say I was very proud of our city Monday. I actually called our city administrator after I found out everything was going on. She was sitting in the hospital with her granddaughter, and I said, hey, we got to figure out a way to have a contingency plan to help fund the SRO program at Pleasanton. She's like, already on it. I'm running the numbers already. Tuesday morning, I'm sitting in her office with her, Chief Snyder, and Superintendent of Labor going through the numbers because at Pleasanton, we understand how important our children are. I will say a few things. One thing was brought up about 2006. The political climate is different than it was in 2006. We didn't have mostly peaceful protests. We didn't watch our cities burn in 2006, or our store shelves are empty in 2006. Whole new world.
I understand the whole new world. I wanted to know how they operated, how they funded it, how it rolled.
I understand.
I wanted to know.
And to tell you the truth, you brought up in one of your Facebook posts about how the schools bought an empty building. I'm assuming you were talking about the Cox Motor building.
Yep.
That building, I think, helps our kids out in this county almost more than anything else. You, more than anybody else, should understand that, Danny.
I do understand that.
I mean, that's a trade school. That gives people a path out of this county. I was very fortunate. I grew up in this county. I was very fortunate to have parents and family that worked in construction. I had a path out here. Some of these kids have only known government assistance. They've only known that handout, and to have that path out of here is something that helps out everybody here. So to use that as to kind of put down the way the schools use their money, I thought was very, pretty underhanded.
I don't feel like it's underhanded. I feel like I don't know what you guys are doing. And so I'll just state my opinion on everything. Am I for the SRO program? 100%. I think it's broken. I think it's broken. When I first became a commissioner and Kevin became a sheriff, we were the first two to ever go in there and ask a superintendent about the program. We sat down with him and Travis Slaver goes, well, hell, no one's been here in 7 years and talked to us about it. It's broken. It's a completely broken system, if you ask me. We've had incidents where everybody knows what's happened and no one's ever approached it. No one's ever did anything about it. But yeah, here we are. It's a perfect program. It's not. It's broken. I think I'm utilizing this as do I be in favor of funding it 100% again? If there's a manual or a policy or something that says, that addresses everything.
That comes from discussion. That doesn't come from at one meeting, all of a sudden everybody showing up and going, we're defunding it. Not getting rid of the program. I think that's semantics, but,
us voting like this has got everybody in here. I would love for everybody to come here every damn Monday and talk to us, but no one ever does. Hold on.
I will say, and I've said this multiple times, you guys have meetings where people cannot show up. The people that actually have full-time jobs, they can't show up to 9 o'clock in the Monday morning meeting. That's why nobody else has meetings on 9 o'clock in the mornings. They have them in the evenings when people can show up.
I feel like no matter where we're at, it's going to be an issue. But back to the SRO program, I don't really know. I'm utilizing this as a publicity stunt to get you all in here, to get you guys' opinions. It's not we can just put it on a ballot. Gary, what's it cost to put it on the ballot to get their opinion?
What would you put on your ballot?
A question, I guess.
Advisory question?
Yeah.
I mean, there is such a thing as an advisory election, which simply says to the public, do you approve this statement, whatever that statement is? Would we say it probably runs back
20,000?
Well, at least 10,000 up in that range, and it depends on how long it is and programming.
And an advisory election is not a binding election in any sense. It's basically like a government-conducted poll. That's kind of what it is.
So here's my proposal. Why don't we just assign one commissioner with the 3 school superintendents and the sheriff if he'll participate? That way you can get together in a room. You don't have to have media and see what you can work out. Is that something you would be willing to do, Rex?
I don't mind meeting or it's not being open meeting.
I think it needs to be open. I think it needs to be open because, like I said, I've been dealing with this. When I talked to Travis, it was over 2 years ago.
It would be.
We're just now
Yeah.
getting the involvement of the community.
Ultimately, with the program, it's a sheriff's program, right? You said it's your program, right? So the way you choose to do it. So why do we need to be involved in this?
Well, we're talking about the funding issue, not your part. You don't need to attack him.
I don't mind.
No, I know. No, but yeah, you're good.
I also have another comment. Mr. James, you brought up several times the school hires the teachers, the school bus drivers.
Yeah.
I have a son-in-law. He recently graduated from Pitt State. His graduation party is actually Saturday.
Sure.
He didn't go to taser classes. He didn't go to classes about any type of defensive combat, how to break up fights, anything like that, because it is not his job to protect children. His job to educate children. It is the government's job to protect its citizens. Schools are the softest targets we have. It is an officer's job, whether that is Linn County, Pleasanton, Lacine. It is the government's job to protect our children.
Sure.
Not our school district's children. And just like what Joe said, you're not saving the taxpayers any money. You guys seem very pat yourself on the back each Monday about saving the taxpayers money. You've not saved anybody money. You've just shifted the responsibility from one tax community to another one. And that's all you've done, guys. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Jesse, come and state your name.
You're going to speak.
Hi, everybody. Jesse Willard, just a taxpayer. I like the idea of the advisory election. I think the authority, the power, some of those things, I mean, really the ultimate question is what do the people want to pay for? I mean, you guys are in position to either let that door open or shut it, and it just keeps getting shut. Yeah, I've pushed.
But
for things.
every decision can't go to a ballot though. That's what, and I pushed really hard for that camera because it wasn't in here. I pushed really hard for, everybody can watch us live. You guys can call, throw out your opinions. I love this. I love that everybody's in here.
Everybody watched last week, Danny.
I know 600 views in 2 days and the rest of them get 75 in 7 months. And I mean, I'm probably the most ignorant one sitting in here, and I'm just a line leader for you all, but I don't hear from nobody. And it's sad it's taking this to get everybody in here. And I hate it.
People have tried to reach out to you and you haven't called them back.
Well, when you're getting 500 phone calls a day and you own two different businesses as well, but you're getting 500 phone calls about the SRO, I got to pick and choose who I can call back. And I got a family to take care of just as you do.
Call in. You guys can't take
Yeah, if you can leave me a voicemail, I would be more than happy to call you back just as soon as I can.
And listen, if he's not calling, there's 2 other commissioners that you can call, okay? And if anybody's called me, and I had 1 phone call, Heather Steinberg called me this weekend, and we had a discussion over it. So, I mean, I'm there too, and I know Jim will
I had
answer.
3 phone calls from people that was concerned, and every one of them, we talked for 20 minutes about it.
And
I reached out to as many people about the program, of what we're talking about, more than reached out to me.
This is a matter of not shutting the program. Hold on.
Pardon me?
This is a matter of not, who's funding it. Nobody's shutting it down. No, it's not.
Exactly why nothing gets done.
Okay.
Somebody comes up here, they're supposed to talk 5 minutes. Where did it go? 5 seconds.
What are you talking about now?
I'm talking about communication, orderly communication, responsibilities, authority. He wants to put it in his budget, and if you guys want to isolate that budget, just say it's 600,000. Who cares? It's 2 mills. What does a mill cost? A mill costs $1 a month for $100,000 household. Okay. If you live in a $100,000 house, you want to pay $1 a month for $2 a month. If it's 600,000, vote yes, vote no. We're talking about $10,000 here on an advisory election if it really costs that much.
Okay.
But we're also putting out accountability, and everybody knows which way the majority wants to go. You got a room full here, but you got 10,000 residents in Linn County.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, you get some influence. This is great. But this percentage just magnifies and shows what your county really probably wants. Okay, a lot of people are at work. They don't have time to come here. You don't want to listen to one person at a time, I'm pretty sure. Going to take you forever.
Yep.
And then, so that's all I got to say is if he wants to put it in his budget and it affects the mill levies and the people want it, if it takes an advisory election, put a few things on there. There's needs and wants in the county. Yeah, there is needs required by law. You all know that. But when you get into the wants and you get into the gray areas, I think that the process with the commissioners in the past, moving forward, it can't be so gray. Let it go to a ballot. Put it the process it needs to be. And there you go. That's where I'm at with it. But that's all I'd like to say. So David knows a lot of people don't know about the mill levy and what it really cost. I think if you educated people on the mill levy, this is where it's going. Ballot, get these people at the booth. I think that the ballots, the voting has turned out, it's low. Start utilizing it, using it. People understand, well, we better get in there. If we don't want to pay for that, we better get in there and vote. I called the election office, talked to them. They said they're really against advisory elections because it has no real authority. Nobody gets held accountable, That's what they told me because I was trying to get something for elderly care, trying to get you guys to fund it, and I just all this pushback, but that's a totally separate deal. It's just the idea of communication from you guys with your authority to your people and your taxpayers. And then when you take the mill levies, then you try to divide them up and put them off on the school districts. That's not really the best way for us taxpayers, especially Jim and Danny down in your districts. Your valuations are different. Well, if I was Rex, I would have signed the paper, sent it in too. Yeah, but you're being unfair to the 2/3 of the county. So that's not really the appropriate way to take this deal and just like escape. Well, we don't want it. We're just going to say we're, backing out of it. Just put it in the hands of him and let it go. If they want it, do it, be done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm out of knowledge.
Anyone else?
Okay.
Oh, I guess that's the end of the open public comment.
Well, I think we owe them something, right? So we probably need to talk about, are we going to meet again? Are we going to talk to the superintendents? What are we going to do? Are we going to continue on pushing for what we were pushing for?
Well, I want to utilize this as a way to fix it. I mean, if we have to fund it, 100%, we have to fund 100%. Like I said, I'm okay with that. But I do want
Danny, you're the one seconded it last week to shift the funding over to the school. So
I'm saying if it's working 100% correctly, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Right
You're
now,
the one
you have two agreements in place that have been signed by two school boards.
Right.
You haven't signed them yet.
Right.
They've signed them. And those agreements, there's an agreement from Jayhawk now. We received it Tuesday, I believe, of this past week is when I got it, which they have agreed to pay a total of $24,000 a year toward the two SRO officers they have. We have an agreement we received several weeks ago from Prairie View, in which they agreed to pay $36,000 a year towards the three officers that they have. So that right now that's where you are in terms of the potential alternative financing to what this motion last week did.
Yeah. What you got, Jim?
I think we've got a flawed system that needs to be fixed.
Okay. So do you think that the superintendents, they got two schools, is the third school going to participate at all? Are they going to come up with the $12,000?
I was going to take a job at Walmart to come up with.
No, I don't want to hear that. Come on, Travis. Are you going to come out? Is your school district important enough to have an SRO or not? Because look, if we change our mind in any way, shape, or form, let me speak first. If we change our mind in any way or shape or form, and Pleasanton doesn't have an SRO, that's not right to Pleasanton. So can you come up with your money?
So the situation was that we were originally waiting to try to work out something with Congregate Mills. Again, I have it on my agenda tonight. The board, after your decision, I think they would like something from you guys saying if we're going to sign this, that we are going to work towards this. I think if you guys make a motion to that effect, I think that might help get the board to sign it tonight.
So you're not coming up with, are you not coming up with the $12,000?
We have until January to come up with it, I believe it said, right?
You're right. And then that's the funding too, in case you didn't know, it goes all the way to 31 December. So the SROs, but I can tell you this, that the SROs are not going to be too excited when school starts back up, but no wondering if they still got a job or not, right? And it's easy to lose employment.
At this point, we owe about $8,000. And we will find a way, if the board comes up with it and says they will agree to it. But again, like I said, I think that's going to take some action on your part saying that, yes, we want to.
I can't promise you on the funding for the meals, as far as the meals are concerned, because that's an area on aging at Ottawa. And when we take away Ottawa and we say we don't need you anymore, we're taking on tons of paperwork from federal government and agencies that we have to fill out. So maybe they can work it through you. Maybe we can work it through them and save them.
I still think it's worth the conversation.
Okay.
Yes.
But as I told Travis that I felt like that was enough of a complicated subject that it ought to be dealt with separately.
It should be.
From this.
So that's, again, why I put it on my agenda for tonight.
Okay.
If you can't come up with $12,000, the city loves it, we'll work time on it. Don't get up with it. The city council makes it important for us to do that.
I believe though with the $12,000, with what's happened with with the program, we still haven't fixed the problem.
Well, let's work on, here's what I would say, propose, Jim, is if the system, I don't know about flawed or whatever, but I know that it can be better. It can improve. And we started out with $12,000 and we got an instant agreement. And we got an instant agreement with Jayhawk Linn. I don't know why the situation happened the way it did. It was unfortunate, but you have a school that doesn't have an SRO in it. I think that relationship of administrative and operational control needs to happen between the superintendents and the sheriff's department of who gets what and who does what with their officers and all the training and all. I understand it well because I was in the military, so it was not uncommon to be in another state with my boss in a different state, a colonel, whoever. So I understand that works out really well if it's organized. If it doesn't, and it sounds like it could be improved, if we could get that improved. And Danny's kind of waffling on the idea that, maybe we can change our minds on this.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I asked into the video last week, if we were going to revisit this. And
I said no.
Yeah, you said
and we got a whole house full and we got 600 signatures or whatever. And it's interesting. And I believe the school districts can fund more, but maybe we can work out on all that in the future. So hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Pam.
What are the flaws in the system?
I don't know the flaws. I think it can be, yes, I think, go ahead.
I think I can speak to that.
Thank you.
Several years ago, there was a school resource officer at USD 344 that jacked up. And the county's being sued for that. And I think you all know that. And the commission has responsibility and liability for that.
Right.
We just got paperwork a week ago that said we do. I got withdrawn. I wasn't here. I don't know the man. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup of one. That was a flaw. That was a bad deal. We hired the wrong person and put him in the wrong position. I wasn't here. Y'all weren't here either. But we still have liability because a young lady was violated. And that's really sad. Pam, that's the flaw in the system.
Right.
So what we're talking about is a flaw that happened years ago. The other issues, and I wouldn't call them flaws, I've worked with these three fellas right here to take care of stuff. This is my program and I work with it. If there's flaws in the system, bring them out right here. Put them out to the public. Because we can't just go and talk about a flaw in the system. Several years ago, we had a flaw in Public Works. That's y'all's department, right? There was a man killed right out here with a snowplow. We didn't defund snow plowing, right? So we have to think there'll be problems. There'll be problems. We'll have issues. My fellows out and my gals out in patrol cars, they're going to have issues. They're dealing with folks who want to cause issues. We're going to get sued. You can sue a sheriff for near nothing. I've been sued 13 times since I've been in office. 13. All 13 of them have been dismissed in the federal court in Topeka. Judge Crow, he was a judge on all of them. Y'all can look them up. Ain't nobody else in this room been sued as much as me. $85,090,000 is the amount of my lawsuits right now. Y'all think I don't have a little bit of stress, but we're still working through this thing. And then y'all want to come up here and stick your nose into my office, which I was elected by a lot of these folks out here to take care of. I didn't ask not one of these people to be here. Not one. One of them asked me what time it started. Isn't that right, Teal? But did I ask you to come?
No.
What did I say to you, ma'am?
You asked you said you weren't going to ask.
That's right. I don't chase funding. There's a state statute that says I don't. I come to my commission for funding. I've never stood up here and argued with y'all. I'm a little upset about this. December 31, I have to figure out which 6 people in my office to fire. Put that on your plate. A guy like Chip Moore just comes in and gets one of 3 awards given in the state of Kansas to darn near 3 million people who could have achieved it. He did. Guys, This thing is not easy. It is not easy, and we work in a flawed system because we're all humans. And what y'all did last week before budgets ever even came out, you told me take 300,000 out of your budget this year. What other offices had to do that? Which of your departments did that? I'm sorry, but it feels a little bit discriminate. I don't like it. If you tell the whole county, cut 10% of your budget, my budget's $3.3 million, folks. That's operating.
That's without benefits. Let's put benefits on top of that.
You're right.
So where would that put you at, Kevin, if you put benefits in there?
I don't know because I'm not in charge of that benefit program.
I was asking, could you tell me, David, do you have any idea if we put benefits on that?
Another 20+%.
So the way I figure benefits, Commissioner, is that I take my payroll. If somebody said, what do benefits cost? I'd take my payroll budget, just payroll, because of course there's operational budget as well. There's capital outlay. There's all that stuff. You know that. I'd take that and I'd add 24% because I feel like that's a common number. Is that close, David?
That would be reasonable.
So that would put it to what, if 24?
You have to look at how much of that is payroll in your budget, and I don't remember that off the top of my head.
Can't give you the number off top of mine.
Find it.
Mostly payroll.
Okay.
But I don't control how that works.
I understand you don't, but I mean, it is true. A true budget is a true budget.
I can just tell you what my budget is. That's his budget.
Right.
That's part of him. So this is a tough thing. It really is. And I appreciate y'all looking at it, and I appreciate y'all digging for funding, but I don't appreciate y'all attacking one program of one office. We are not a department. We do not work for the commission. I am elected unilaterally by the people to serve the people. Mr. Johnson, you stated how many times do we have to change up business? A lot. We do. And I have to change up business.
But that can go both ways, though, together.
Absolutely it can.
Everybody has to cut corners here or there to make the budget work. You know, there's lots of businesses in this county that have to cut.
But if you're going to cut 10% of mine, cut 10% of theirs. Every one of them. Make it fair. If you want 5% of mine, cut it. I'll figure out what 5% of service that we give to the community that we're not going to be able to give anymore. I'll do that. That's my job. Not one program. Everybody's going to hurt a little bit. So we all don't hurt a lot. And please just be reasonable. If you're going to ask for 10% of me, you go get the treasurer, you go get the clerk. Sorry, David. Sorry, Janet. You go get the register of deeds and the prosecutor, because we're all elected by the people and it ought to be fair.
It probably will be. But anyway,
But you didn't do it.
But we haven't done it yet.
Pre-budget to the
Not
public.
pre-budget yet.
And thank God you did it, because
Yeah.
some of my people showed up.
Well, that was the purpose of it. It was.
But to have a publicity stunt at the level of county commissioner, Danny
said that.
Shame on you, brother.
I'm just glad everybody showed up.
Could you imagine if I do a publicity stunt?
I've been working on this for over almost 2 years. Asking
know.
questions about it.
I've been there.
The school board.
I've been there, but
you were right beside me.
But you're the one who says every time, if you knew the whole story, Danny, put the whole story out there. Don't just say it.
Everybody even knows who I was before they
Well,
got
Kevin,
here.
if we go to there, let's go back. You know,
There's so much damn
we had an
division between all the
executive session
departments in this
talk
county, it
we
ain't
can't
even
talk
funny.
about, but you come to us.
Point of order, I believe we're still on public.
I'm sorry, man.
comments And not discussion, because we still have people that were scheduled by name in public comments, such as myself
ma'am.
and the other mayor.
I'm sorry.
I,
What I'm
it
talking
is a
about.
point of order, and I.
Yes, go ahead. You're right. So if we want to finish, let her speak, and if you'd like to talk more.
Box of new business, so we went into the,
Matt here?
yeah. Matt.
If you hang around, don't leave. Not that you are.
Good to see you guys.
Sure.
First, I want to say thank you guys for your service. I do respect you guys completely. Jim, I like you as a person a lot. You know, whatever I say today is not being against anybody. Rick, same thing. You and my dad were good friends. So, I mean, I feel like you guys are doing what you think is best for the community. And then I think there's people in the community that's speaking out against it. So I don't want to be attacking it all with what I say. You know, I respect all three of you completely. Danny, I haven't got a chance to know you yet, so maybe someday I'll get to know you. But if you don't know me, my name is Matt Higgins. Got a bachelor's degree in construction education, master's degree in technology education. I taught school for 8 years and coached for 8 years. Financial reasons, I got out and now I'm a superintendent for a construction company. So I've got some different ideas from being inside education. I have a degree in education, then I have a master's degree that's not completely in education. So kind of in all aspects of construction and everything. The police officer thing is, I've never been in law enforcement, but I've had family who's been sheriff's officers throughout my wife's side of the family. And so maybe I come in a little bit opinionated on that side. But thought I would come off and say, with just like Sheriff Friend said, losing the police officers to me is more than the SRO program. Right now, I looked at the FBI report, and if you look at the back page of that, I've got all my resources attached, and some people in here have it also. The national average that the FBI recommends is 3.4 officers per 1,000 people. And so that'd be around 34 officers in normal times in Linn County. We are way below that. So right now, with what the FBI recommends we have, we're quite a bit below that number. And by cutting these 6 other officers or patrol officers, we're going to get even below it. I know it's a different time than it was years ago, but I almost think that we should be giving the sheriff more money, not taking it away. And I know I'm not into your budgets directly and understand the 5 or 10% that you got to cut, but it's tougher times than law enforcement's never been. And I hate to see more officers getting taken. I mean, you've seen the riots over in the last few years, and then you've seen other protests stand up for Blue Lives Matter. And so if we just look statistically at the research that's out there that's given to us, you can see that we don't have enough law enforcement in our county already. The Kansas average is 28 officers per 10,000. So they're below what the national average recommends, but we're below the Kansas average in our county. So that's something else to take in consideration. And you can again find these numbers on the FBI's website, and I put them on the back of there. Without the SRO's assistance on call out times, I don't know where we'd be. I've talked to multiple officers, and there's times there's one officer on duty in the whole county. 600,000 square miles is one person policing. That's not good. And then if there's only a couple on duty, at least if we have an SRO, which I know when I first was told was an agreement, they could go help on backup. An officer going out to make a call with no backup within 20 minutes is not safe. So again, I'm not an officer. You know, my education is construction and technology and teaching, but that's kind of my thoughts and what I found in research. In my thesis, I did a lot of work on research. I did a little bit here, and I could do a lot more, and I'd be willing to help you guys out if you're interested. I put a little bit on here about the school budget and expenditures. The school budget is up 10% in the last 5 years if you look at the state numbers, and that's also on KSD's website. If anybody wants to look at it, it's there. Inflation's up way more than 10%. I mean, we know cost of living is what, 16% in the last 5 to 6 years? So we're still, and I know at Jayhawk Linn, I forgot to say I'm a board member for Jayhawk Linn School District, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the school board right now. This is my own personal beliefs. They try to lower the mill every year, and they have for, I don't know how many years. Mr. Thomas could tell you that for sure, but we've lowered the mill every year. This would, if we had to take into our budget, we would have to raise our mill. It would definitely cost the taxpayers to do that. And I know a side note that I wasn't going to say yet, but I'll say because I'm talking. I'm the youngest school board, not the youngest, I'm the newest school board member on there. And when we came in, the SR was a hot topic. And I would probably say the reason you don't have a signed contract is because of me the first month, because I didn't see the need for it. But when I realized I was, voted on by the people, I went to people in the community. I went to the teachers. I went to the people in the community. I asked, hey, what's your thoughts on the SRO program? Is it worth this $24,000 the commissioners are wanting? And I've had 2 people out of probably the 100 I've talked to say that they don't think it's worth it. So I would like you guys to talk to more people too and see, maybe I am an outlier, and maybe it is, we're the vocal minority, but I don't think so. I really think that this is the majority that want this funded for. And I guess I'm thinking about a topic you guys brought up earlier. In my last week's research, and sorry, it's only had a week because I didn't find about this till Monday evening. I called around. I've got a lot of connections with education. So I called other schools and superintendents and counties and police officers and teaching. I came with a lot of resources. But take, for example, Miami County. Theirs is paid for where, like you said, it's split between Osawatomie's is the local city officers or city's police department pay for it. I know Mound City is not available, not the size of city and so what happens is the school pays about 40 to 50%. I know you guys are going to find the same research. You said you sent 100 letters out or whatever to everybody in the county. Still find the same thing I'm finding. The school pays for about 40 to 50%. And so by doing that, though, those officers are still used when they're not in the schools. And I think we can't remove 6 officers from our county. It's just not feasible. We need the patrol officers. We need them. I think we need more than we have. And I know I'm not speaking for the school, but I understand it. I do see double taxation, which I get from a lot of people. Think we'd be taxed twice if the schools are paying 50% of it. But if those duties are getting used twice, then I can understand your guys' thoughts. You're smart men. I mean, you're coming in here trying to save money and you're doing what's best for what you think is best. So I'm not trying to speak out of both sides of my mouth, but I do understand what you're saying. And I come from the side that I didn't see the need for the SR officer until I talked to SR officers, until I talked to teachers, until I talked to parents. Because even I haven't taught for 9 years. I've been out of education for 9 years, and the times have changed in 9 years. I mean, it's crazy, the stuff and the stories I hear, and the new drugs with fentanyl and everything. There's people dying all the time that we're trying to teach these kids about. The SROs do great thing teaching these individuals. And as we know with funding it, I mean, schools are tied, their hands are tied on how to pay for this money, how they can pay for it. I mean, they have 5 different funds that it goes into. And on my paper, showed you those 5. And they get funding from the national level, the state level, and the county level. That splits into 5 funds, and they have to pay that money out. And then I know you've talked about the SR relief funds, SR 1, 2, and 3, and the commissioners could give you more information on that. And that money, like this year, our budget did go up by quite a bit, but I'd call that an outlier because it's because of national funding that's starting to come in. But that money has to be spent certain ways. They can't just say, we're going to spend that on police officers. So we have to apply for a grant, or it's almost like a grant process to the state to fund those. And so that's what the school's been doing, is trying to apply for that. And so that's why I know Travis said he couldn't tell you where that's going to be spent, but he knows it's going to his summer school program. I know at Mountain City, we're going to have, and Jayhawk Linn, we're going to have some great things come from that money, but it has to be spent that way. It can't go towards an officer. The mill levy was already brought up, so I'm not going to talk about that and how much it raises and how much each person pays for it. Infrastructure grant, that one, I definitely, in the construction side, we've built Amazons, Walmarts. We're doing the big Facebooks coming to Kansas City. We've done all the ones in Iowa. I work for Doherty Steel out of Paola, Kansas, and we've grown from a small company. We started as Doherty Ornamental Iron, and we had probably 15 employees. I worked for them when I was in college and high school, and then I followed my love as a teacher, was my wife. So I became a teacher, so we got the same schedule. But I went back to Doherty's after so many years, and we've really grown that company. And infrastructure is why. Paola and Miami County is I'm not going to speak for them, but they're almost to a point where they don't want to grow. I think Linn County wants to grow. And our business there and who we work with some of the bigger entities and bigger private companies, we have to give incentives for them to come. And I think infrastructure is part of that. We got to have good roads to get those people to come. We have highway access for Pleasanton for sure, and the other 2 cities, and the other cities close enough. And if we can keep that infrastructure going, I think we can bring in more people. And maybe I've talked to a lot of people in the community. I think this is a very, I'm probably minority on it. I want to see growth. But I talked to a lot of the older people, like my older family in the community. They want to stay where we're at. They like the 10,000 people in Linn County. But I think we've got some people who want to grow to 20, 30,000. We want to bring more jobs in. And that's something you guys have to come up with and figure out what your plan is for 10 years. I know the power plant, like you talked about last month or last Monday, it's going to disappear. We don't know if that's going to be in 2035 like President Biden wants, or if that's going to be when, but we have to prepare for that future. Same time, we don't allow windmills in, but we know the power line's going away. So there's different things in infrastructure, and I would love to help out. I know I'm not a commissioner. My wife actually told me I couldn't because she sees the stress it puts on you guys. You guys have a lot of stress, and I couldn't with my job either. I mean, you guys have to dedicate a lot of time to be here on Mondays and trying with the community. You can't really have I don't know how you do it, Danny, with 2 businesses and Rick with 1 business and farming. I mean, it'd be tough. You guys do dedicate a lot of time, and that doesn't go unnoted by what I'm saying. But I think with this, we need to work together. Unity is the biggest thing, and I think when you 3 were hired and they replaced some people that were here, that's something we wanted, is unity with the community, unity with the commissioners, the sheriff's department, the superintendents, everybody working together. And I think it can be done. I'm not saying the SRO program is perfect. I'm not saying the infrastructure that you are funding to the cities is perfect. But I think if we can work together and communicate and talk to people and say, hey, I think we'll come to a resolution that's going to be best for everybody. Maybe this was what you guys wanted, to get people in here to talk. And I admit I don't come to meetings because I can't, because I work every day. I had to get not paid to come today, so it's part of it. But it's something I believe in, and I think that's the same problem with a lot of people, why they can't come on Mondays and talk. So I'd like to see more unity, more communication. I know we've talked about with the superintendents, for example, and how these are done. I'm a school board member. I've talked to Rick about this once, and this is it. And I reached out to Danny. We couldn't make a conversation together. I think he was too busy. And Jim, we haven't talked about directly, but I know your stance on it. So I think I knew it when you ran for it, and I probably agreed with it then. But now I've kind of changed my thought process. But in closing response, I just want to say that you say the SRO program's broken. I don't think it is. And then why remove something without trying to improve it? And I think we're starting to see that. I think we can improve on it, even if we want to put the superintendents and the sheriff are well educated enough and smart enough to make a program in place and create it. And I agree, if you look at that contract, it has 6 statements in it, and that's all that it is. It could be bigger. It could be better. It could definitely have more in there that could, hold people accountable. But I'd like to see it improve. I don't want to see it go away. And the schools are willing to pay for it. I know Prairie View stepped up right away and said they'd put their $36,000 in, and then Mountain City was a month behind. And we have school board meetings once a month, and so it's hard for us to make those decisions. So we tabled it for a month and we talked about it pretty much, and that's why it took a little bit longer to get to you guys. But they do want it, and you've heard Travis talk about Pleasanton. I mean, all the schools want it, and they're willing to pay if they can. So it's just how they pay for the funds if it's going to raise their mills or not to pay for them, because we are so strict on how the money comes across. And I know your question, Jim, about 10%, and you can see the numbers, from 5 million to 6 million or whatever, or 7 million to 8 million. It has went up, but cost of living has went up 15% since 2015, almost 17%. And so everybody's getting hit in the pants right now with the cost of living increases, and the schools are the same. They still have to give raises. My philosophy on management and running people, if I can't give someone a cost of living raise every year, I got to fire them, because they're getting less money the next year. And so schools are the same way. And not only have to pay their teachers more, their staff more, they're also having to pay twice the cost for everything else. So the budgets are going to go up. And I just want to say thank you guys for everything you've done. And I hope we can work through this, and we can see if you ever want to put a public meeting together to talk about it more. I'd be more than willing to do some research and help out and figure out a solution for it.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Good comments. So I know you're next, Deb. But we need, if you'll give me about 5 minutes so we can see what we're going to work out, because they're really here to see what the SRO program is going to happen.
Our chief of police was here, and she's scheduled after our meeting.
Tina?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
She was going to talk about the SRO program, so it might be appropriate for her to go before me.
Is she here now? There's Tina. Hi. You can come on up. Tina's the chief of police for Lacine.
Public safety is one of the top 3 priorities that citizens seek when they're researching communities for their families to reside within. By providing police coverage, non-emergency, emergency dispatch, SRO programs within the schools, and hosting crime prevention programs. These are just a few of the key elements the majority of citizens want provided by public safety services. The SRO program alone provides benefits which include assistance with locating missing children, making sure kids get safely on and off the bus, watching outside for things like loose dogs, vicious dogs, teaching bike safety, gun safety, helping kids feel at ease, and helping with children who are out of control with behavioral issues. It allows us, as city officers, to have immediate access to view school cameras if needed, and it also allows us to have 24/7 access to the school if we need it. A lot of SROs even volunteer their personal time to attend games or be a coach at the local schools. Most SROs are trained at a minimum in first aid, and some are even certified as EMTs, so they can assist with medical issues in the schools. As a department supervisor, I understand the challenges of meeting the costs in our budgets in order to operate and maintain programs effectively and efficiently. The citizens of Lacine have diligently supported the local police department, codes enforcement, and municipal court by providing sufficient ad valorem funding each year as we strive to maintain costs on the local level. The citizens of Lacine already contribute annually towards the public safety services of Linn County through the payment of county taxes. Those county tax dollars are submitted to assist with supporting services and programs which are provided on a county level to all citizens, such as the SRO program, dispatching, and ambulance services, as well as the local trash. In 2021, the city of Lacine taxpayers paid an estimated of $296,000 directly to the county in their property taxes. The citizens of Lacine believe in the benefits of the SRO program and dispatch services, and they are grateful for both programs which have been provided. Considering there was very little discussion on the motions, no true financial figures or analysis presented, and no opportunity given to meet with the entities affected prior to authorizing the proposed changes, it appears the commission made these decisions individually and not based on the opinion of the community as a whole, which is apparent by the crowd presented today. As the chief of police, it is my job to speak with the citizens and to find the necessary balance to operate an effective and efficient department. By making the motions to defund the SRO program and the economic development program, the commission claimed a savings of $600,000 in the budget, which equates to an approximate $19 per year savings to the owner of a $100,000 home. But then the commission turned around and made a motion to charge the citizens a fee for the use of dispatching services. Dispatchers help assure that officers stay safe and provide pertinent information on calls, as well as updates while officers are responding. Responses on driver's license, vehicle registrations, making call-outs, communicating with other agencies to relay information, assisting with case numbers, entering call notes, and sending us backing units, as well as advising on weather conditions, just to name a few of the many tasks that dispatch provides. Officers wouldn't be able to do their jobs if it wasn't for dispatch. The motions made are not helping the taxpayer financially. They are only putting the citizens of Linn County, the municipalities, the school districts, the lake communities at a greater risk of being a victim by eliminating a portion of the public safety services provided. Financial figures should have been presented to show any shortfalls within these programs. This would have allowed the citizens, municipalities, school boards, and communities. Currently, I have coffee stuck between my two pages. The lake communities an opportunity to evaluate a better way to balance the costs for these programs. The motions made by the commissioners were simply actions to eliminate a public service. I hope the commission reconsiders their decision to defund the program and their choice to charge a fee for the dispatching services. I just want to say thank you for letting me speak today.
Thanks, Tina. And before we, thank you. I'll address the dispatching here in a minute because there's two cities that we want to talk to about that, okay? So obviously there's a lot of people here and there's a lot of signatures and we can't get through to the point of switching funding to one school from ours to the school districts. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. And Danny's kind of thinking it wasn't publicity stunt by me. I deliberately said that because I think that the funding should be the responsibility of the schools, but you have spoken, and I think that we can work out something with the superintendents if they pay their this year's fees, work out, hopefully the sheriff and them will work out a better plan, if there is a better plan, and find some funding for some grants as well. So I know there was some grants before. So I think that's probably the right way to do it this year because you're all here. Not that I'm afraid of what I said. I think that I really do believe that the funding belongs with the schools and they wouldn't have an SRO program if it weren't for the commissioners, the two commissioners that decided that in 2016. And so
I believe we should wait a little bit with the other counties and just see what the way it is in the whole state.
Hold on, don't get rowdy. Don't get rowdy. Hold on. So I think we need to do what's right for the people. So it would be me, and I'll make this motion that we go into negotiations with the superintendent to continue to pay their full fees for this year. They work out with the sheriff, whatever they work out with an agreement. And if everybody can reach, if the sheriff's happy and the superintendents are happy with the $12,000 a year for this year, and you can worry about it next year.
Shall we clarify the language of your motion a little bit?
Yeah, because I rambled, didn't I?
You rambled. That you're, as I understand it, you're making a motion to enter into the offered agreements at
Sign.
$12,000 per officer.
If all three agree.
If all three agree. And to encourage the sheriff and the superintendents to work on standard operating procedures that will satisfy both sides as to how the program is managed.
That's why you're an attorney. Is everybody okay with that?
Does that sound reasonable to you, Kevin? I'm not asking for your approval, but does the wording of that sound like?
He don't care. That's my motion. Is anybody going to second it?
I'm going to talk about it before I second it. Kevin, and it's your department. I would like to see, as a commissioner, I'd like to see us work towards maybe coming in once a quarter talking about it. And you and I have had this conversation a lot, and you know how I feel about budgets. I want to see a 3-5 year layout and, goals and all that stuff. And I would like to see the same thing with the SRO program. I don't think it needs to go 7 years without talking about it again. And we won't be in this situation. I mean, if
We talk about it yearly, as a matter of fact. Every year, we do a year-end.
Right.
We do a year-end. You've been to one of those.
No, I'm talking about in public. If we could, I would like to utilize the camera, get you guys in here. We just kind of talk about the SRO, just what it's done for the community within the year and things like that.
Well, the problem is with the program is we can't put it on the front page of the paper. Everything they do involves a child. So it's not like we can jump out there and say that. And, we have the ability to discuss. I come in here and I came to all of these meetings at one point in time to discuss my office. And I get ridiculed, and I don't have to come in here. These folks elected me to do the job of law enforcement, not come in here and play patty cake with the commissioners. And they're here today to speak. Danny, you have District 2 folks here talking to you.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any opposition, and I'll be honest with you. I would say if somebody's opposed, give us reasons why you're opposed. Let us have something to work with. Right now, the people say, why are we doing it this way? One time in a commission meeting, one of you commissioners said, I need to be in this room for accountability. I got news for you. My accountability takes place out there. Might be in someone's field, might be in their front room, maybe in my office. A lot of times it's in my front room at home. That's where my accountability takes place with my citizens. They'll call me when something's wrong. Every darn one of them. 40, 50 phone calls a day, probably 150 emails sometimes. I hear from them. That's where my accountability takes place. I go to their home. Don't I, Fanchen? Yeah, she'd tell you. Been to her place a few times. But you guys got to understand, my accountability don't take place in this room.
I understand that. That's why I asked you. I would like to see you guys come in and talk about the SRO.
I'd like to as well, but I need to come in and have a little respect. I'm not going to come in here and be disrespected.
I don't feel like I've ever disrespected you, but
I didn't say you did, Commissioner.
I'm not here to.
Okay,
That's what I want to see.
we got a motion on the table.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Same sign.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
So we'll continue on, and then next year, we'll revisit it. Hopefully it'll all work out. Thank you for your article. It was good. They did a good job on Channel 4, and thank you for all your support. So the people have spoken, and I think we've spoken back. Hopefully we got what you wanted out of the deal and make the program better. There'll be more interesting topics if you want to stay. Deb, you got the floor.
I have a topic for everybody. It's a lot. But I read pretty fast.
You're fine. Give them a chance to leave so we can hear you.
See you. Nice to see you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Take a 5-minute recess.
Mike, it's been seconded? Yeah. It's been moved and seconded. We take a 5-minute recess. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure.
I'm Raymond.
I know.
Anytime you want.
Exciting day for everyone.
We got 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's good, Donnie's good, man.
Number one.
Thank you guys for looking out for another year.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
Nice meeting you, man.
When I'm seeing the guys the most is when. You know, make me feel my job. So I was like, I'm gonna upset if I stay for this time. But I am glad you got the number. Sit.
Yes, ma'am.
She's like, I'll get the numbers on it.
In mind, just, they'll tell you, that's okay. And they'll tell you.
We're taxpayers too.
Pardon me?
At the end of the day, we're taxpayers.
I understand that.
So,
I understand. We're good.
you know, it's being on the city council, experience the same thing. How do you pay for things? Where does it come from? What do we do? You know, so I understand. I understand. We have our struggles too, up in Linn Valley. You know what?
Everybody does. That's what I do. You know, it's just, it's right down to personal. There's personal struggles.
And it's hard sometimes. I just went through that for my entire council and a sewer budget. We had a sewer grant we've been working for a year and a half. The arithmetic, you know, I pay back $1 million. So I only see having $150,000 to pay that. So somebody, with a little bit of luck, asks the hard questions. And, you know, and opportunities to work with. So, you know, the big hit is that where I do agree is the fact that so much money is into education. Such a big percent.
Just look here, just look at the tax, how much school budgets went up there. Just look at it, just price school budgets, you know? That's what I say, you know, I mean, we can't continue.
I come back from state meetings, having the same conversation with my council, you know. Education. I was out there in November of last year, The state average is closer to 46.
Right here in our county, right here in our county tax law, school takes as much as we do to operate this. And you know what? It's, I run a business my whole life, and I'm still running it, and I know, nobody runs a business the same today as we did 7 years ago. We haven't looked at the program.
Because that can be an emotion. Got a lot of emotional conversations.
But it's all got kind of a state of fact and emotions, and that's.
You know, and I always say that because I look at some of the practice fields that they have.
You know what? If we wouldn't ask for the 12,000, that's $72,000 right there that we wouldn't have had before. So that's into there. But you got to keep in mind. When the school how can a school fire somebody they didn't hire? And there's things that I can talk about, but
And I can also understand the commission's deal with Sheriff's Linn. I may not go different city council.
We're Arnie's boss. You didn't hear me say I was.
All right, we need to get started again. What's this?
What she's going to read, I think, when you go.
Which one?
It's the same thing. I think it's like things she's going to read. Go ahead, state your
Okay.
name, please.
Deborah Wilson, Mayor of Lacine.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time and thank you for your patience with everything. I also understand about nobody coming to the meetings until we all get excited, But there was a lot of things that happened at the last commissioners meeting, and there was a conversation. First off, the economic development grant is one thing I want to talk about, and the other is the conversation about Lacine's fire station. Of course, that is directly to Lacine's issue, but since it was brought up here and
I brought it up.
I know.
And it's in my area, and I own a property there
so
too.
I do want to address it.
Sure.
Because our people heard you bring it up, and so I want them to hear our point of view.
And it was a proposal, that's what it is.
The city of Lacine has recently been able, am I speaking too fast?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
To take a large step forward in our effort to erect a fire department building for our city. Because this concept has been in the works in one form or another for several years, we thought now was a good time to ensure that our people were fully informed as to why we felt the need for a dedicated structure to explain some of the steps we've taken to make this idea a reality. In 2007, a lease agreement was signed with the county for a 10-year period, upon completion allowing the city to lease 2 bays for the storage of a truck and equipment. In the agreement with the county to house our equipment, the city is required to pay the utilities, water, sewer, gas, phone on that building, which averages approximately $2,500 to $2,900 annually. The city contributed $27,158 October 19th, 2007 for the installation of the concrete apron and the sewer water line connection for the new rural fire station at 814 Linn Drive. The county can, however, with a 180-day written notice, ask the city of Lacine to vacate the premises. In fact, less than 2 years ago, there was an article from the county commissioners meeting discussing the possible need for the county to store more equipment in the station located that same address, which caused some consternation within the city as we knew of no easy place to store the city's fire equipment. And my understanding is it happened a couple other times. The city of Lacine has had an active volunteer crew since the establishment of the 10-member Lacine Fire Company in 1898. In 1921, the department started its chapter of the Firemen's Relief Association to provide benefits to the volunteers and still continues today. The city of Linn has continued its dedication to improving the fire department by adding more hydrants throughout the community, improving the fire flow at the hydrants, and the addition of 2 fire engines, a tanker, a mini pumper truck. In January of 1983, Charter Ordinance 4 was passed authorizing the levying of taxes to create a separate fund for the purpose of paying public safety costs of police and fire protection. Some things we'd like you to know about our Lacing Volunteer Fire Department. We have an ISO rating of 5. We maintain that. It is a very good rating, the best being a 1 and the worst would be a 10. The rating directly affects the cost of our home and business owners' insurance policies. If it would get worse, the number would raise. That would mean the cost of the policy would also raise, meaning there would be an increased risk for the insurance company of a bigger loss in case of a fire. The county fire department also has an ISO rating of 5. Trained responders. Our volunteers keep up with their training so you can depend upon safe and skilled responders in an emergency. We partner with the county on calls. Our volunteers answer calls within our city and cooperate with the county fire department by going out for fire calls outside our city and into the county at large. We also automatically go to the city of Linn Valley calls. Maintain a presence within our city at all times. We have a very dedicated group of volunteers, and that group communicates with each other to make sure there are enough responders for needs outside the city while ensuring that there is at least one person left to begin that response here in the city if the rest of the department was helping the county on a fire that might be miles outside of our city limits. We maintain our equipment. Purchasing equipment is only a part of ensuring that we have what we need to respond to an emergency. We have a preventative maintenance plan and we follow it to ensure that our equipment is clean and in top shape and maintained to be available. Skin in the game. Our volunteers live and work in the city or just outside our city. They feel a deep connection here, and that is why they volunteer to leave home in sometimes freezing weather at what might be 2 a.m. to fight for hours trying to save a neighbor's home. I have an attached complete timeline of our project, but we've been working on a Lacing Fire Department station and doing actual financial steps toward this since 1996. So this was not just a short-term idea, and we've been putting money back for that. And $14,000 for the land purchase in 2007, $6,500 to BG Consultants for a preliminary building outlay in 2015, $2,400 for a preliminary design transfers to the Fire Station Reserve Fund. We've been doing these transfers. We had $70,000 transfer in 2019, $40,000 in 2020, $40,000 in 2021, and then a $20,700 transfer in December of 2021, and a $71,500 transfer to Reserve Fund in May of 2022. Transfers to the Fire Equipment Reserve Fund. I think that last one is a mistake. I think that will be a transfer because that can't be right. Transfers to the Fire Equipment Reserve Fund has been going on in totals another $60,000 from 2015 to 2021. It's important to note that our city, its staff, and its elected officials are working towards planning for the future. We know that Evergy Power Plant will be decommissioned in the relatively near future. We know that we have to maintain our infrastructure and plan in any way possible to grow and decrease the share that individual pays to maintain our services. We've worked hard to stay fiscally responsible while working to ensure we hand off our city to other future leaders in at least as good, if not better, condition than before. In summary, Many years ago, the city committed to both the city police department and a city fire department. This can best be described as maintaining control of the quality of emergency and safety services that are available to our citizens. Then I have a brief note on economic development grant program. As a mayor, I fully understand the challenges we're all facing today and in the next 5 years regarding our budgets. The Lacey City Council has been holding budget workshops in order to review how to fiscally adjust our budgets in relation to the inflation and for the recession which will inevitably follow. I refuse to allow times of inflation to cause our communities to digress or halt in the progress we've all worked hard on achieving over the past years. For the past 3 quarters, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development Administrator, has put forth the effort to bring together Linn County, the cities, and the lake communities for the opportunity to voice our concerns, needs, and future growth priorities. She understands the importance for the county, the cities, and the lake communities to be one voice as we make decisions in the growth of Linn County as a whole. I do appreciate all the, I was just going to go off the paper and say I appreciate all of the meetings that we've held with the Linn County commissions, because I think those meetings are very important. And I think everybody leaves those meetings, feel like we step forward in communication. If you, and I always say that if you want the community to be engaged, the very first step is communication. And you guys recording these meetings and having those available to the public is an excellent example of beginning a step towards engagement. But the actions portrayed by the county commissioners on Monday, May 2nd, were devastating. The actions taken did not save the citizens of Linn County on taxes. It simply shifted the cost expense from a larger tax base entity to the smaller tax base entities. Both the SRO program and the Economic Development Grant Program were essential in improving our communities. It is important for all of us to find what the best balance in regards to which taxing base entity best fits the role for carrying the cost for different services provided to the public. It's also important to determine the setup which provides the best quality of service to the public. Areas of public safety depend on connection with the community, and by having local departments and stations helps to form the bonds needed between the emergency personnel and the community. Economic development is essential for both cities and the county. Our responsibility is to form the canvas to attract and fit the elements needed to provide the necessities for our community members. Well-maintained and operating infrastructure is a key component to the canvas, but it comes with a large price tag. The assistance from the Economic Development Grant Program provided the means for cities to quickly obtain the preliminary concept and cost estimates to allow us to pursue further grant opportunities through the USDA Rural Development Program, CDBG Community Development Block Grant, and other trustee foundation grants for infrastructure improvement projects. By eliminating the grant program, the county commissioners have simply created a delay for the opportunity for cities to move further ahead in reaching their infrastructure planning goals. This hurts not only the cities, but the county as well. I'm here today to ask the commissioners to rescind their motions made at last week's meeting. I would like to request we schedule a regular quarterly meeting of the county, cities, and lake communities in order to have the opportunity to discuss how we could together find a better way to balance out the funding and expenditure to maintain both the SRA and the Economic Development Grant programs. I want to personally thank the commissioners for the generosity you provided for the past several years by funding both of these programs. I hope that today you are listening to the voices and hearing the words of the community, the city representatives, the police departments, and the county representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And let's let Teresa go next. I think she's on the schedule. And then we'll talk about both. Oh, I'm sorry. Cindy's next.
Linn Valley.
No, you're
next.
You're next. Come on, Cindy.
Okay. How about
Mayor from Linn Valley.
Yes, thank you. Cindy Smith, Mayor of Lynn Valley, and I want to let you know that us short people would really like to have a step stool there. I noticed all these nice tall people walk up here, and you can barely see me. A couple years ago, I got invited to speak at a veterans ceremony, and I think you could see about this much of me above there. So, good morning, Commissioners. It still is morning. McCullough, Johnson, and James, I do appreciate the opportunity to address you today, and I know it's been a long morning. The goal of a zero neutral budget by the county at the expense of the cities is not a win for Linn County taxpayers. The actions taken last week and the proposals of further actions to reduce taxes for an individual simply shifts the responsibility to another entity. I'm here today to support the other voices that you've already heard today, provide some clarification regarding Lynn Valley, and a response regarding the proposal of an additional charge for county dispatching services. Although Lynn Valley was not named, I do not support the county's proposal of taking over the fire departments, especially with the need to hire a minimum of three full-time county employees when there appears to be other staffing needs. As the proposal stands, it will not make a difference for the ISO rating for Linn County, which is a 9 out of 10. So we are jealous of your 5 out of 10. The city is aware, and we're very knowledgeable of that meaning and the impact to our residents and our property owners as we see it in our insurance rates. If adding a new employee to the fire department would change the Lynn Valley ISO, the city would absolutely act upon that. The primary reason for the Lynn Valley's ISO rating is readily accessible water, and I appreciate Mr. Thompson mentioning that last week during the meeting. Lynn Valley is in the middle. It's in the fifth year of a $17.9 million water project. One of the more critical reasons for that project is installing approximately 250 fire hydrants to a community that has zero working fire hydrants today. And I know that you, Commissioner Johnson, you had some questions on there. So I wish we could change some of that more quickly. But that accessibility to water through that project, combined with other factors, including equipment, newer equipment, training of our volunteer fire department, will reduce that ISO rating in the future, and it remains a top priority for city employees and elected officials to work on. Lynn Valley is a growing and thriving city. The full-time population is about 1,000 people. However, it's common for, population to increase 3,000 to 4,000 people, especially on a holiday weekend. The city processed 500 building permits in 2020 and 600 in 2021. These permits range from culverts, sheds, docks, fences to a complete home build. In 2021, Lynn Valley's valuation increased about $2 million to $12.8 million of the county's $28.9 million valuation. The county financially benefits from these increased values. Lynn Valley disagrees the city should be charged additional monies for county dispatching services. And I rhetorically ask, what is the purpose of the county dispatching service? Last week in this forum, it was stated that Lynn Valley, quote, ties up the county dispatch service with the implication that Lynn Valley is impeding other business of the office. The number of 25 to 40 dispatch calls on a Friday was provided as an example. Lynn Valley does not agree with that number. There have been 18 Fridays in 2022, and if we took that number and took times 25 or the 40, that's someplace between 450 and 720 law enforcement stops on Friday nights alone. However, for discussion, if there is a need for 25 to 40 calls for dispatching services, I believe it is incumbent for the county commissioners to assist the sheriff's department to resolve the problem instead of penalizing a city. It's inappropriate for county representatives to criticize Lynn Valley or any other community for using a service that is funded by taxpayers, which I have addressed above. I'm looking for consistency in how the county commissioners respond to the growth in Lynn Valley, regardless if the department is revenue generating or services based. The county, just like the city, has been challenged both by the has been challenged and benefited from the growth of Linn Valley. I close with an invitation to examine together the goal of a zero neutral budget, not just at the county level, but at our city levels. Let's sit down with information and facts from differing viewpoints, sort through the cause and effects, and partner together for an equitable and financial budgeting decisions in an ever-changing and challenging environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cindy, I want to comment on that one once you sit down. And I know Jake will probably want to speak. You want to speak on the fire department for Pleasanton at all? Is it okay if I just talk? So my idea last week, and I didn't ask the other two commissioners, it was a proposal to take over, not going to take over because we can't take over anything, but to take on the responsibility of Pleasanton and Lacy's fire department. One, because of the article that came up about the fire station that you were building. And I don't think a lot of people residents within Pleasanton and Lacey realize that the county and the city have fire departments within the city limits. And in some case, in Pleasant or Lacey's anyway, even your fire trucks are in the same bay. I know you pay for it. So the idea was a proposal to see if we could make it better. Mountain City ran out of people to volunteer, and they had no choice. Okay, go ahead.
Upgraded enough equipment to be newly certified, and we actually did go against the, check what the insurance rating would be, and it was beneficial to us and our taxpayers to actually close the cities down to go with yours, because it made our rating 2 points better.
Okay, and that's not exactly what was presented to the commission, but that's fine because I understand that the program's been running okay. Is that true or not true? Did you get some feedback that the county's not responding to fires or anything? No, and that's what that was my whole point. Can we make it better for all? And and you don't have to do anything, absolutely nothing. I know. The proposal is, what if we could? What if what if you all sit with the fire board and could make it better? So, at 2:00 in the afternoon or 10:00 in the morning, there's less firefighters, if I'm not mistaken, available to fight fires. And I know it duplicates services also within a community. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is, and that does cost a lot more money to maintain your fire station, to maintain your fire trucks. I'm just saying, if you try to work together, there may be a better plan out there. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if you're interested in that. I threw it out there on purpose because I was on a roll last week, obviously. And
I will say,
I just wanted to make everybody mad, I guess.
I sent the statement to Linn County News and Linn County Journal. For us at Pleasanton, and I do think most of our citizens do realize that we have 2 stations, but for us, a lot of it is redundancy. Our chief, Rob Dent, and I said this in the paper also, when I first got on the city fire department, I wasn't allowed to join the county fire department until we had more people in the city because of that redundancy. He didn't want everybody at that time to leave the city to go fight fires for the county, and then the city's left open. There were several times where, there would be plenty of people to help fight a grass fire or a smaller fire out in the community or out in the county, where either Rob, Dan, or I would stay behind because we knew we were short on people in town. So that redundancy is what we look for as part of that. I'll say I think discussion is great. I think, discussion, I think that's fine, but I don't think how you can do it any cheaper. Some of the numbers that were thrown out this morning to me by Chief Dan himself, our fire budget in Pleasanton, almost said Lacine, wow, in Pleasanton is about $20,000. I think it's closer to 19. They run about 50 calls. That's $400 a call. Your fire budget for the county, and I think David would know way better than me, but it's probably 800,000. And you run 400 calls?
6.
Probably. That's $2,000 a call. I mean, you guys run calls 5 times more expensive than what we run. So, I mean, as far as a savings, and you were on the roll last week for saving money, I don't see where you can actually do it by saving. You're going to save any money. The insurance part of it, that was, I think Danny and I have talked in the past a couple of times, and that was part of the reason I said that the city firefighters wouldn't want to roll into the county fire department. But that wasn't the only reason. There's several reasons why city firefighters wouldn't want to be on the county, more active and things like that and such. But I don't think you can replace our fire department. Then if you're talking about one guy on a truck, that's
Well,
not. Gonna,
obviously, I know that that's not feasible.
yeah, I mean, that's not possible.
But-
It's not.
But it's a start. It's a start to maintain equipment. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. That's why I asked if you wanted to go into conversation about it. I think it's worthwhile. If you don't, then you don't have to, but.
You know, I do want to say one last thing, and I'm not trying to be snarky, not trying to get a dig at you guys on this at all. But we just watched you guys try to cancel the SRO program
Sure.
after 6 years. What happens if you get rid of our fire department, Lacine's fire department, our firefighters going, our trucks going, our equipment's going, our building's going, 4 years, 5 years down the road, you decide, no, this isn't working out.
Well, I knew that conversation. Yeah, no, I knew that conversation would come up. I mean, that's obviously defense on that. Enter into agreement where only you can cancel. I mean, there's agreements where only the cities can back out of it. Maybe they want their own now. Maybe the Pleasanton grows big enough that it wants its own city. But I'm just saying, if what happened to Mound City, with regardless of whether it was personnel or if it was financial reasons, whatever, it's working there. If it could work, I'm just saying if it could in Pleasanton and Lacine, and I don't care what you do with your fire equipment, the county's not going to want it anyway. Just get rid of it. I'm just saying sell it, whatever. And the funding for the tax money that you have, and this is just an idea, instead of 2 fire stations in one town, you have one, and you have somebody that's in charge of that station that's there from whatever time, 8 to 5 in the day, and maintains all the equipment. I just think it's a good thing, but if you don't think so, then that's fine.
I mean, having been 9.5 years on the county fire department, 11 years on the city fire department, being on the city council for 11 years, I honestly do not see how you can do it any cheaper or better than what it's being ran right now. I'm not saying it can't be done.
Okay.
I'm just saying I personally cannot see that. And as far as our gear and everything, I'm not trying to make a dig at Mount City at all, but I remember their fire station and their gear was man, I'm not trying to. I'm sounding like a jerk here. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
Was you a volunteer firefighter?
No, I'm part of the city.
Okay.
Yeah, their gear was outdated. Our gear has been updated. I mean, it's been maintained. Our gear is on par with anything the county has. As a matter of fact, the county used to bring their SCBA bottles to our station to fill them up because we had the compressor that would fill up 4,500-pound bottles where they didn't. That's recently changed, but we actually had things that were better than what the county had at certain points.
Okay.
And that's all done on a $19,000 a year budget that costs the county nothing. And I think part of these discussions, I think you forget too, that everybody that lives in a town pays county taxes for county services.
Sure.
When they live
Absolutely.
in a town, they pay city taxes for more services. They pay for that. I mean, that's why nobody wants to be annexed a lot of times, because they don't want to pay that extra city tax, but they get benefits for that city tax. Another fire department, another police department. So when you start taking away those benefits, I mean, it starts hurting our citizens too.
Gotcha. Thank you. Teresa, come on up. Are you going to finish it?
Well, there's not much I can say. Teresa Whitaker, City Administrator, Pleasanton. There's not much I can say that everybody else hasn't already said. Just a couple points regarding the comment you made about dispatch services.
Yeah.
I've pulled some news articles from the Linn County News since 2015, where I've seen sheriffs come in asking for more personnel to cover dispatch. And on 3 separate occasions, they asked for an additional dispatcher, and they cited reasons such as medical emergencies that happened and they were left unstaffed, and 911 had nobody watching it. It's just dangerous in general. Or if you're on a call, you can't just hang up with somebody because another 911 call came in. I'm just curious why we haven't, and what do we have to do to make it so that they have someone on duty, 2 people minimum, 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I know that we withheld some of the money last year, I believe it was last year, till this new building was built. So I believe that there is going to be an increase in dispatching. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure the sheriff's going to address that when he does his budget, and he may want to address it today. That's fine. Those issues came up because of the article that you wrote and with what Linn Valley does. And I'm going to go back into that in just a second.
Well,
is the purpose of annexation for profit?
Oh, not even close. We presented an article or a summary of our calls, our drug calls since 2015-ish, roughly, that we've had in the city, where we went from 3 cases, last year 80. And I don't know exactly what percentage of those calls happened near and by the highway, Casey's, underpass, whatever. But I gave a summary to them that pretty much 100% of them almost are coming from there. The idea was to get onto the highway near the exit, make them keep going. Make them go to the next county, make them go somewhere. Don't stop in Pleasanton. We are at a point with our law enforcement that we're going to have to double our department in size just to try to keep up with keeping the drugs out of Pleasanton. They love that Casey's. They love the truck stop. They love the 24 hours. They love everything about it. It's a place where, for some reason, they think they can do things. They bring it into our cities. They tell us when Tristan stops them, oh, I was coming from such and such. I came from Kansas City. I came from the lake communities. I came wherever. And we're just trying to stop that. Will it work? We don't know. We have no idea.
So is it just, so you're just saying it's a deterrent? So,
We're hoping.
okay, so you're just going to set a police car there, and then when somebody goes 85 miles past him, he's not going to pull him over?
You know, I'm going to let Tristan talk on that. And the other thing is, honestly, we're not increasing the amount of calls that we have on a Saturday or a Friday. We're still have the same amount of officers. It's not changing anything other than where they're sitting.
Okay.
So I don't believe that it's going to put an undue stress on dispatch. And if it does, we can certainly address that.
Yes.
Tristan Snyder, Chief of Police for Pleasanton. The first question you asked was it for profit? It's illegal to ticket people for profit. So no, we're not doing that for profit. Are we going to stop cars if they're going 85, 90 miles an hour? Yes.
So that's a ticket that you're,
I'm not saying that's a ticket, but we have to enforce the law. That's what we choose to do.
okay.
But it's illegal to ticket for profit. You can't do that. People go to jail. People get sued for doing that.
Well, there are some articles out, and I'm going to ask for some legislation for the state of Kansas on it, because I think that what's happening is not what you're stating. And I'll talk about that in just a second. Finish your comments and I'll draw
That's
something.
fine. But you can look over in Missouri, over by St. Louis. There's tons of articles about people that excessively ticket. There's tons of articles about people that have their fines so high that the cities have been sued.
Yes, I've heard of that. Right.
I haven't. Missouri, so much revenue can come.
Right, and that's where I'm going with it. That's the way it should be.
I've already stopped 400 cars, give or take, and we've only ticketed 90 of them. I mean, and those are excessive speed. Those are reckless driving. Those
Gotcha.
are driving while suspended. Things that people can go to jail for,
Right.
or at least most of the things that people can go to jail for. We're not out there writing 300 speeding tickets so that we can get money off speeding tickets.
And that's where I was going with it, that it can't come to that.
No, that's not what we're doing.
Okay.
We're going out there so that we can go out there, show a presence by our exits, and try to stop people from coming in that want to sell drugs.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
So I want to, no, go ahead.
One of the things that was kind of misrepresented, I'm not going to say Mr. was the 4 mile annexation. When part of the city council, we're not annexing 4 miles.
Was that a quote that was wrong? What? No.
That was our legal counsel at our council meeting talking about what the possibilities were.
Oh, I gotcha.
4 miles, but we have no want to run 4 miles of highway.
Okay.
That is not what we want to do.
All right. So I want to go back to you, Deb, and just let you know that the options there, if you want to talk about fire stations, if not, then, and it was open to all of them. I don't agree with Jake on that. It won't save the cities or the county money. That's just my opinion. I think if we work together, we'll find out.
I think that fire department is content to have our
Okay.
but they do like working with the county.
Yeah. And this is, someday we're going to have to face it, and you've mentioned it several times when the power plant closes, what drastic cuts are going to be made. And if we can't make small ones even, we can't work on small ones, then that's a problem. Okay. You're all sitting here, and I wanted to draw something for you because, so it's clear. So this is the gate at Linn Valley. All right, this is 69 highway, if you're going north towards the city, and you got 399th Street. This is south. If you got off of here, it's the Lacey next. It's approximately the access that they have, and I don't know the differences, what the rules are on the police department's rules there. But it's almost 6 miles to get back either way to the main gate of Linn Valley. There is no gate here. There's no on-ramp or off-ramp. And there is they have a legal right to be out. They do. I'm not questioning that. But how they're protecting Linn Valley, and they are using 1,580 calls, at least that's what the sheriff, around 1,500 calls, is exactly what the sheriff's doing.
Okay, you said 15 to 40 on a Friday night for Linn Valley.
Okay.
25 to 40 on a Friday night. That's what was quoted, not by you.
By me.
In your meetings last week, is that on a Friday night in Linn Valley?
Friday night, traffic stops on volleyball, you said, continuous. They're continuous.
So 25 to 25 to 40 calls into the dispatch office, correct? Okay, so you're saying that there's been 450 to 750 calls okay, so, okay, 700, you're saying there's been 450 calls into dispatch on Friday nights alone in Linn Valley in 2022. Okay, so you understand, Kevin, where, and I'm, the numbers that were in this forum were 25 to 40 on a Friday night.
What makes us happy is where we have a police department.
Yeah.
You know,
Hold on.
open a big can of worms.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to open the big can of worms because it's never been addressed to the public. What is the purpose of this? Because other than this is a state highway, and the county can travel it, and you have no exit, and the only means to get back is to go 6 miles either way. So how is that helping? Hold on, I'm just asking. How is that possibly helping Linn Valley residents? Don't care, because when they come out the gate, they go here, they go north, or they come here, they go south, and they come back the same way. The speed trap is here. It is.
Is the county not to the $3 million worth of drug you took off that highway last year? Does the county not have any value?
It's a speed trap.
Drug drivers we took off of that.
It's a speed trap. It's a speed trap. And I want to get letters.
Let's have meeting, Commissioner James, and that is not a speed trap. I respectfully ask that you not use the term speed trap in regards to law enforcement. Let's have meeting. That is not a speed trap.
Because our court system, like everyone else's, doesn't quite cover itself in an ad valorem tax. You know what they're saying, folks? We're not allowed to do a budget takeoff on the court system, on the attorney's fees, and the judge fees, and the office fees, and all that. So it's supposed to be covered in an ad valorem, which is pretty darn low on our count based on the tax we put into this county. And it doesn't quite cover, you know, and if this is an insult, because I'm sorry.
Take it as a direct insult from me.
Just some of the county issues that you have right there on a county line.
I
guess if the county, I guess need more information on why the county's so offended by the fact that it's not a speed trap. We don't make any money on this highway at all.
You don't make any money at all.
You could take off on our budget of our food system, I'll tell you, I had 2 years ago and I was shut down.
Do you write tickets?
I'm allowed to do a budget takeoff on the money that we're losing within our court system.
Then why are you out there? What's the purpose? You don't make any money and you're out there writing tickets.
He says, isn't it our jobs, isn't it our policemen's jobs to do that?
They have an off-ramp and
Enforce the law and take bad people off the highway.
they have an on-ramp and an off-ramp. They have way more belief and reason for it.
We get applied to the county and put an on-ramp and an off-ramp in our city.
And then I would accept it. But you don't, I just think there needs to be some legislation to eliminate that.
I think that that's not right now. I don't know that there's anything illegal or wrongfully being done. That, this was all done during the time frame that Gary, was our city council. So.
Right.
There's a crack in the basket.
I don't think there's a crack in the basket. It's just morally right or morally wrong.
I disagree that you think you set up, but have you ever taken a turn?
No. But you know why? Because Lacey doesn't, Pleasanton doesn't, and nobody does it because when they reach 399th Street, they better slow down.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
Right? But we know that. We all know that. We all know that. So I just think it's wrong, and that's why I addressed it.
Commissioner James, you're saying, I think it's wrong, but it's not illegal, so to continue, it's disingenuous to put something up here that's a personal opinion and not illegal.
No, I don't think so, Mayor. It's not at all, because it looks really bad. You've got a highway with no on-ramp or off-ramp, and you're giving tickets to people on a highway, interstate. It has nothing to do with defense of Linn Valley, nothing. Those people are not going, they're either going to go north or south, and they're not going to go all the way up to 399th and come back and go into your gate.
Ignoring what Councilman Donaldson spoke to and the police chief of Pleasanton, and isn't that part of the county responsibility? It's interesting you don't want anybody's help for law enforcement on Highway 69, but yet you want to come over and take over 3 city fire departments with at least 3 full-time employees, and you won't even fund dispatching for the sheriff's.
We will fund dispatching when the time's right.
I'll go back to my statements in the close, and I did write them for you. Let's sit down and let's take information and data and let's look at it from different varied viewpoints, because you see that as a negative. Not everybody sees that as a negative. You personally do. That's okay. That's part of professional respect, and we can disagree and still be good elected
Sure.
officials. Let's look at it from the sheriff's department. Let's look at it from Linn Valley's, but let's look at it from more than just one department or one individual's. But you have brought this up at multiple commissioner meetings, so I'm not surprised you did it here today.
Right.
But that's a personal opinion. That is not, it's absolutely not illegal. But
Oh, no, it's not.
Years you've been on the commission, you know what? You haven't reversed this. Nor have you had the ability to reverse it. You're on your way out. You find it still be a gouging priority for you on Linn County.
Okay. I got you. All right, we're done with that. Anybody else got any more comments? Sure.
It's something I brought up in our own city council. Here a few years ago, and Tristan probably has a better idea of the time frame, we actually had a email sent out to us from KBI, about 69 highway being used for human trafficking and drug trafficking. If you go to the east, you got US 49 over there. They've got way stations. They've got places where people have to stop. You go up to the west, you got 169 way stations, places people have to stop. You go to 69 highway, basically you leave I-44 headed north. There's no stop. There's no mandatory stop there. And that is just a hallway of just drugs. That is something that our state Kansas Bureau of Investigation has recognized. And I think any police presence out there is great. I mean, like we said, they've taken a lot of drugs, a lot of DUIs off of the highways. I mean, I personally, I always think it's funny that we got a click and ticket during Memorial Weekend. I mean, I think that's not a trend. But I put my seatbelt on, so I don't have to worry about it. DUI checkpoints, I think those are tracks, but I don't drink and drive. So I don't worry about those. Joking, so I don't worry about those too much. And as far as in people catching drugs, I don't do that. So I don't worry about that. So I mean, I think that any police presence, as much police presence we can have on 69 highway is great. I do know Sheriff Grant is stretched. I mean, we've asked him for help before when we've been short on officers, and he's given us as much help as possible. But he's stretched thin, and you have what 600 square miles to take care of. And 69 highway is just a fair fraction. So I think it's better. That's just my own personal opinion, but just add a little information.
Okay. So look forward to your mayor's meeting that we'll have here pretty soon. I think Jessica's putting it together. Yeah. And then we have Wade. Is he here?
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry, on the SRO, was that a 2-to-1 vote or was that a 3-to?
3-0, 2-1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
2-1.
Good afternoon now. Wade Doring, Mayor of Mound City. I'm going to be quick and to the point because I think most of everything that I'm going to say has already been said. You know, I'm here mainly for the infrastructure grant. You know, we do our budgets every year and kind of have counted on that for quite a while now. And without meeting with the cities or with the mayors or the city councils and just taking that money away, it just seems like that's something that, you know, we should have spoken about. You know, I understand times changed and things go away, but we were told before that this is never going away. It's always going to be there.
No, you.
I'm pretty sure we were.
This council already agreed, and it always said, this is never happening.
I've never seen anything.
Yeah, it was passed that way.
Nope, that's fine.
But when the commission passed this, and I voted yes on it, and Vicki Leonard and Mike Page were here, they voted on it. Dennis Arnold's the one that orchestrated it. And to put that in, I think the first one was like 235,000, and it's gone up because of the increases. But it was supposed to be, if we can do it next year, we will. If we can do it. But when you run something for like 6 years, it becomes almost feels like it's permanent. And that's the feeling I think everybody gets on the SRO program. They wouldn't have said a word if it was originally funded by the school districts, and we wouldn't even have had the conversation.
Yep.
And the same here. If we have the money, which we do, and then we took it away because we don't want to this year, and we'll see where we're at in our budgets. But I think it needs to be delayed for a year. Okay, but it's never been permanent. It's always been. And the first,
Why are we delaying it for this year?
because we want taxes to go down, but we're having an incredible fight over. Everybody wants the services, but nobody wants the taxes. So we're going to meet revenue neutral this year. I guarantee it. I'm telling you that. We met it last year, one of the first ones. I don't know if any of the cities did. I don't know if any of the school districts did. It's up to you guys to decide whether you're going to meet that. And if it's important to you or your citizens to keep the taxes as low as possible.
Yeah, it's important. I'm sure for every mayor here.
And I know what you do with those programs. I think you do some good small projects with the small amount of money we're able to give you. I'm not saying that that's not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's one big part of it that we can reconsider for this year.
That's really all I have. I questioned that and the way it was done. I mean, it was not done in open discussion. It was just bing, bang, boom, we're done. We're going to dismiss the SRO. We're going to dismiss the.
We didn't dismiss the SRO. We just wanted the funding to move to the schools. That's all.
That's the way it was portrayed.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the way, I mean.
No,
it was brought up that was a publicity stunt.
Danny bumped his head this morning or
You can
something.
take that how you want, but at the end of the day, no one comes in and tells us during budget time. We give out tax money to you guys, to everybody. A lot of people, some of you guys don't even know, they come in and get free money and no one even knows what it goes to. I didn't know what Pleasant spent. I know what Pleasant spent their money on last year because I'm from there and I talked to her a lot. But nobody comes in quarterly, tells us how things are going in your town. I want to utilize the camera like hardcore. So take whatever
Everything
my
that you
ignorant
guys do,
words, you guys can take it how you want. But at the end of the day, I want the public to know what the taxes are being spent on. I have no idea what you guys have spent since I've been here, what you guys spent your infrastructure money on. I think that's right.
It's in the newspaper.
I think I don't read the newspaper very often. I don't have time. I think that you guys should come in quarterly, talk to us, let us know how your cities are going. Yeah, we have a mayor meeting. We've had one.
and I'm going to talk to Teresa. I'm going to start having town hall meetings and getting to know people and figuring out what people want. Just
Well,
kinda
that's all well and good, and I'm all for that. And the one meeting that we had, I was there, and then, what happened after that?
the communication just, it stops. I mean, I'm not just saying just you, don't take it wrong. I mean, it's just I believe that there's so much division between all departments in the county. I wish we could all just work together and get it all figured out and come to the best solution. I don't know what the best solution is.
I want to address one thing, Danny. When they make their application for the grant, they tell in that application
Yeah.
what they're going to use.
They
it
do.
for.
I think that everybody should come in and stand at that podium. If you take money from the county, and you should let everybody know what that money's going towards.
You guys are welcome to come to our city council.
And you guys are, okay.
Yeah.
Press is always at our city council.
Yeah.
So that is public information and it's open to the public. So to say that you don't have access to it is only your.
I never said I didn't have access to it.
Not to pursue it.
Okay.
We do pretty much everything in open session. Our only things that we do for executive session are for personnel, and then we come out and tell
All I'm saying is
everybody
if-
what we
if-
do it for. It seems
If I have
like,
to make a vote to give somebody money, I'd like you guys to come in, talk to us not just once a year.
so
Because that's what, the budgets, since I've been here, are, spend your budget, okay, this is what we need this year. All right, it's done. I want to hear goals. I want to know what you guys, the community needs to know what's going on.
okay, that's fine. What we've done, we've turned in.
Okay.
You have.
Before we-
You have. Wait.
Before the grant was approved, we turned in what we were using it for. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we just
Then
need.
what do you mean you don't know what we're using it for?
The community doesn't know what you're using it for. Like, the people need.
They can see it.
Okay, you're right.
We're building this splash park. It's going to have a grand opening on.
We all should not communicate with each other. We should just keep doing it how we're doing it, because that's the best.
No, I'm all for communication.
Because
You're-
the entire
you're,
day-
you're saying, hey, let's have communication, and then you do everything in executive session, and then come out and say, hey, I'm going to do away with this and this and this. That's not communication. If you want to do something, then hey, have the mayors come in and open up the conversation about it.
I've talked about it multiple times. Every time budget comes around, I talk about how I hate giving money away. Without knowing what it's going to. We have entities come in and just say, I need 80 grand and never see them again. I've ask them every year, can you come in and talk to us? Let us know how things are going for you, what the community can do for you. Utilize the camera. Like I guess I'm wrong,
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong.
because I think it would help everybody in the end.
Yeah. In my opinion, everything should be open, out in the open. Like I said, our stuff is out in the open. Come to Mountain City to the council meeting, you'll hear everything that we talk about. A lot of times that camera's black and it's quiet in here. And you're going to say we're going to be out in the open and talk about stuff, then do that.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Hey, Wade, thanks. We'll get together with the city's mayors and like we did last. I think we've done it twice now, right? And get the third time and see what we can come up with and some ideas and go from there. Hang on. Go ahead, Jake.
To your point, James, if you want us to come here and talk to you, hey, no problem. I don't have an issue with that at all. I've been on our council for 11 years, roughly. 90% of that time, the entire council is employed. We don't have anybody that's retired on there or anything. We do now, of course, but for the most part, they're all employed people. They can't take off to come in here. Is there any way, I've said this multiple times, any way you can have one meeting a month that's on any evening where people can show up, people that are employed? I think most of the people here today are either self-employed or maybe don't have jobs or had to take the day off from work to be here. I'm lucky, I'm on a night shift, so I can be here any day, but I don't think you guys want to hear it. But for most people, they can't make it. They can't make it 9 o'clock in the morning. So have one meeting a month, just any evening, so people can show up, voice their opinion, talk to you, and discuss issues with you.
And I will tell you this, that in the 7 years, coming up on my 8th year, that discussion's never, we've always done meetings like this. So if it's time to change, maybe it's time to change. But there's probably a cost to that. When you start, we'll figure that out and see if let's talk about it at the mayor's meeting and see what we come up with.
And to your point about the fire departments, I don't believe that you'll ever come up with a better plan, cheaper plan than what we're using, but I'm open to talk to you about it.
That's all I'm asking. If you're open to talk to the fire board and see if there is, if we can save on the city side, help out on the county side, and everybody's in a good agreement with it, if it'll save money, if it will, or if it will make the cities better by just having that one person there working on equipment and being available, and at least to get the truck there. If they're allowed to leave the fire station with one person, I don't know what the rules are. You don't think so? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Or have it ready.
Looking into it since the thing started, and I think the one person thing might be a problem.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's all I asked for on that.
We went and call where a guy was pulling hose off of his truck. He was the only guy there at the time, had a heat stroke, and we were just happening to be right there behind him. We've had two of your very best firefighters in the county.
Somebody had a heart attack, didn't they?
Yep,
One time?
right over here where Gary
Yeah.
sits right now. We had to drag him out of his structure fire.
You drug Gary out?
Not out of his fire. The guy got burned really bad at a grass fire. He had another guy like seeing, like I say, these are two of your best firefighters, in my opinion. Rolled his ankle. I mean,
Yeah.
one guy can't do the job.
Sure.
The physical nature of that job means that you really need a second person.
Yep. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
What else?
Well, anybody got anything else before we got any legal at all? Good deal.
David, you got anything
Anything at
else? What was that
all?
other thing we're supposed to look at?
Hey, I will say that
Letter here.
a letter. Hold on, I got 2 phone calls on something kind of bizarre, and was our Linn County phone book. Apparently, none of our numbers are in it. Can you? There's nothing we can do about this year, but yeah.
We don't have a phone line for county offices that goes through a local telephone company.
They did the same thing to Pleasanton also.
So you guys are struggling with it. Is Lacey, you got yours right, man? So is there a way to rectify that?
If you look, I look when I do the section of pages for Mount City numbers in that, it's down to about 4 or 5 pages now, and it used to be about 20.
And you think it's
Everybody's going with different types of phones. There's
Sure.
phones.
So we don't have CenturyLink or anything?
No, our county is all voice over IP.
Is there a way to get them in there? Okay, so that's the reason. It's a voice over IP.
The value way, probably.
Well, yeah. At least we know the reason.
Everybody, thank you for coming.
Yeah. No lunch for you though.
We've got this,
Hold on. We do. If you want to say for a letter, what's the letter?
You have to,
mid velvet block grant.
Where?
It's in your
you have a
file.
copy of it, I think. I made it over there to you anyway.
You did?
Yeah.
I probably got it.
I made it over there to you one time.
We won't leave till I find it.
But we can't.
This one right here. Did we already vote on it?
No.
You're gonna take a moment to talk over and decide if you want to support that position against the changes that they're proposing.
I don't know. What is it?
They're the CDBG process. They're
Well, they're just gonna do it whenever in the year that they.
that to me was the main thrust of the problem. Is that up to now, they do grants on a site where in October, you put in your application and then they grant them in March. And the indication here is that this new system is gonna let you submit it any time, which if we had a couple of years notice of that, might be different, but there are cities that have already made
commitments of funds for the preliminary engineering work based on the anticipation that everybody's going to be submitting in October. And that puts them at a disadvantage if other people can submit anytime.
So what's your thoughts on it?
I think we should sign it.
What do you think?
You know, like I said, I think there are reasonable concerns. I did notice that chief among them was the fact that it was going to limit the fee to the organization.
Right, to Regional Planning Commission.
This out.
But beyond that, I think it's, the city's spent so much time gearing up to even submit an application that some of these programs are being cut or greatly reduced, especially I think the sewer, the waters, storm sewers.
Thanks, Sydney. Thanks, Lou.
Thank you. I mean, our cities have applied for this grant and gotten it for some of those projects.
Let's get it signed if we're gonna do
I
it.
think the next 60 days or something. 60 days, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. If you want to send everybody a copy of it.
I can do that. And then we can revisit it next week.
And then we can talk about it next week.
What do you think, Danny?
Let's sign it.
That's okay. Make a motion, someone.
What do you call it?
It's a letter opposing CDBG changes.
So that's my motion to sign this letter opposing CBDG changes. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jeez.
I did put all of your names on there if you wouldn't
I
mind.
know, I seen that.
Thought it would carry a little more clout.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? You just keep cutting me off all day, don't you?
Cutting everybody off. Aye. Aye.
Hey, do you want these? Or?
There we go. Thank you.